starting. Ladies and gentlemen, MrCropper here. I will be on shortly, but these guys are already talking, so here they are.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, people.
Hello.
Okay. So yeah, about what you said, Super Fen guy. I became an objectivist I started getting interested in objectivism about 1.5 years ago, although I had basically no understanding of it and thought it was just some version of libertarianism until about 9 months ago. But even when I was an objectivist, or when I was beginning to learn about objectivism, I was not, let's say, the greatest person, and I don't mean by the altruistic standards. I would violate people's free will on a pretty regular basis, and although I've made up for my mistakes, let's put it that way. I had to go through a lot of effort to do it, but I got it done.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Objectivism usually saves a lot of people from troubles in life, and when people try to be a better person, I think objectivism is pretty good at that.
Okay, just out of curiosity, have you read the Ayn Rand essay "Faith and Force: Destroyers of the Modern World"?
Can't say I have.
Okay.
I've only read Objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand, Objectivism, the Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. Basically how can I say it? Usually the scientific works on Ayn Rand's objectivism, because I don't like I can find the word right now, the novels. I don't really like the novels.
Oh, yeah. The only Ayn Rand book I've read is Philosophy: Who Needs It, and I'm really liking it so far. I'm up to chapter 9, I think, right now. And Faith and Force: Destroyers of the Modern World is an essay that I actually just finished about a month ago, and I'm going to probably reread it again in a couple of weeks, because I love that essay so much.
That's an excellent essay, really good one.
Yeah.
What did you like about it?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into too much specifics because I know nobody really cares about my personal life. But my parents are Christian, and let's just say the concept of faith did not have a very positive effect on my life. So I do have a bit of a personal grudge against it. So that's just one of the reasons that I liked it so much. Is it just really It gave me better arguments against a concept I already knew was awful, I guess would be a good way of phrasing it.
Nice. Well, Mr. Afternoon, if I can ask, how do we know you, if I know you from before?
I don't think you know me from before. I just happened to see this just a minute ago. I had been watching your videos off and on for, I think it's over 10 years now, though. So I noticed there's been a sudden uptick in videos recently. I don't know what caused that, but that was very interesting.
I saw that there were some objectivists online that were getting support to make their videos. There's a guy named Charles II who's getting $1,500 a month. Do you know of Charles II?
Yep,
yes,
I do. Yeah.
I've seen him too. Yeah.
So I thought, I don't know how many damn objectivists are out there. If this guy's making that much money, then what the hell's going on? Does that mean that there's a really small number of objectivists, or does that mean that there's a huge number and there's a huge demand? I don't get it, but I'm back because apparently there's some kind of demand. I don't get it, really.
Well, as somebody who's been following Charles II for a while, he has a very small but very supportive fan base, and that's actually partially because of somebody, I don't know if anybody here knows about this guy, and I will admit he has his flaws, to put it lightly, but the person who introduced me to objectivism, and therefore Charles II later on, was Rucka Ali, and he's a very basic objectivist. I think even I'm already at his level of knowledge when it comes to objectivism, but I do think he's a very good introduction to it, and he did a lot of talks with Charles too that that helped me understand objectivism a lot more and introduced me to Charles too. And actually, I only heard about your channel, MrCropper, from a comment on Charles 2's channel. So,
Well, Mr. Applewine, do you want to say something on that note? The Charles 2 note?
Do you say he's giving money to people?
No, he's getting money. He's getting $1,500 a month. Patreon.
Oh, from Patreon. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm back. And the objectivists are upsetting me if they're a phenomenon.
What I just saw a video with that title. What does that mean? I haven't watched that.
It's basically communists infiltrating Ayn Rand's philosophy, if you ask me.
Wow.
I thought that everything, communists infiltrate everything. I thought that Ayn Rand's philosophy was safe, but apparently not. But it's a hard case to make that I'm trying to make when I say that, because Amy Peacock is one of them. So
Yeah, she is.
Oh, she is.
I mean, I think so. I mean, objectivism just means that you seem to be a leftist and you call yourself an objectivist. But like, for example, Trump loves America. He's a patriot. He may say things that are off color and he may be in poor taste, but he's obviously a patriot and he loves America. Talib,
I think Trump loves Israel more than America.
all right, so let it be written, so let it be done. But Talib hates America. And who can't tell the difference between Trump and Talib as far as who's good for America? Who can't tell the difference between those? Amy Peacock can't. Hello, sir.
Wow.
Mike. How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Are you an objectivist? How do we know you?
Yes, I'm on Facebook friends with you. On Facebook friends with you.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
All right. So we were just discussing objectivism, and is Amy Peacock one?
Mm-hmm.
And because of her view of what was I just saying about Talib? Trump loves America. Talib hates America. Take your pick. Who's a better leader? Who's better for America? But that's evidence of objectivism, I think, to just equate those two and say Trump's a bigot, Talib's a bigot.
Yeah.
Therefore, they're equal. Now they're only equal in like a platonic, floating sense.
Yeah.
In actuality, Trump's going to do real things that are better for America than Talib wants to do in real life.
So she was being more critical of Trump than you thought she should have been.
Yeah. To equate Trump with Talib is insane, I think.
See, I'm not familiar with Talib, really.
Muslim.
Okay.
She's a leftist. She hates America. She said so herself. But,
Is she a candidate?
She won. She's in office. She's in Congress.
She's one of the four radicals or whatever in that little clique with Omar.
Squad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of those four is equal to Trump, according to Amy Peacock. That's pretty upsetting in my book. Trump's a pussy grabbing, maniac, but he's not America hater.
Now, I mean, on the flip, you have Yaron Brook, of course, talking about how some objectivists or people close to objectivists sort of fawn over Trump. I think he says unjustifiably and all of that. So that's the flip side of that. And being careful of that. And he's like, I don't see why this does not seem justified and whatnot.
Yeah, it seems like most of these people in Southern California. Now, Trump is a maniac. We all know that. The thing about Trump that we love so much is we can't believe our goddamn luck. We cannot believe we lucked into this guy. Nobody knew he was going to be this good. Pushing back on the EPA. You guys probably haven't even heard what he did with the EPA. He just shut down the lawsuits. He just stopped pursuing lawsuits. They just quit prosecuting things. They didn't take laws off of the books. They just stopped prosecutions. And they sent letters to people that said, your court hearing is hereby adjourned until further notice. They just shut it down. And people who are mining coal or were building a dam or whatever just got on with their goddamn business. Okay? Lots and lots of projects across the nation that were on hold. Trump just said, go at it, boys. Don't even worry about it. We're not going to sue. We're just shutting this shit down. Okay?
It never ceases to amaze me. It's surreal how unhinged Amy Peacock and a lot of these other people are for people who practice a philosophy that champions reason and rationality, that when it comes to Donald Trump, that all of a sudden all the rules of objectivism go straight out of they throw it all out. And what they've essentially done is thrown out objectivism's morality. And no, morality doesn't apply when it comes to Donald Trump and his supporters. I'm just flabbergasted by a lot of all this.
Yeah, I think it might be the fact that they're in Southern California. A lot of them seem to be in Southern California. And of course, if you're there, you have to say Trump's the devil, or else you're going to be hung from the nearest light post. It's not a free community anymore. So they're in a pretty rough situation.
Southern California might have something to do with it, but ultimately it could also be, it's almost, I don't know. It's got to be other factors too, other than their geographical location. But
I think it's the institute. It's the Ayn Rand Institute. Their philosophy is basically just paying lip service to objectivism, but they don't really apply it. Usually their mentality is pretty, it's pretty bad regarding objectivism. They really don't follow it.
Apply it how?
Yeah. And even
usually, for example, they take a very authoritarian stance on objectivism, when objectivism is about thinking for yourself, using reason to come to conclusions. So, and I don't think they act like that. They act like preachers.
Oh, Are you talking about like the old Atlas Society thing, and what's his name?
David Kelly.
Yeah, David Kelly.
Well, I think David Kelly is better than Ari, because I think they apply reason more consistently, than the Ayn Rand Institute.
I mean, I think I understand the fear that was going on at that time, and I've read articles on that and whatnot, but I think the understanding was you don't want to corrupt the word objectivism by tacking on the open part and sort of diluting or destroying it. And there was so much fear, I think this was the thinking behind it, that if you wanted to build something on top of it, advance it, but don't destroy that term and the concept.
Yes, I think that is part of it. But also, I think they also pander too much to the mainstream. They like to appeal to the to the general population, so they don't actually follow objectivism. They just pay lip service and that's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's the case. Don't you think?
I generally saw, especially Yaron, sort of keeping people on the straight and narrow as far as things go, and always advocating the ideal and focusing on the ideal rather than whatever might be some intermediate step today. But I'm not.
I think you've touched on something that I think it's because a lot of these people probably expect Trump to be an objectivist, that they're applying their morality and their ethics they're applying their ethics to Trump, and they're expecting the politics or expecting him to have some sort of objectivist ethics or something. Look, that's completely irrational. You until you're able to change the culture, the politics is downwind of that, I think. And that's what their undoing is that they think that they can push Trump into being like them, and he's not like them. That's a complete unrealistic expectation.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I look at it not only as, okay, Trump's not perfect, fine. Like I'm willing to go that mile and say Trump's okay, though. He's not perfect, but he's okay. But I go even further. I say not only that, Trump's actually just as good as we could have hoped for. How could you hope for anything better than this?
Well, you know how speaks fairly positively of Trump in the objectivist sphere is the Just Right Media guys in Canada. Do you listen to their podcast? Because I listen to them, and are you not even aware of them?
Just Right Media. Maybe I'm aware of the Citizens.
Robert Vaughn and was it something Metz is the two guys up there. Yeah, they've had a long running, it was on radio broadcast and now it's online only, I think, because they were kicked off by the university that owned the station. But anyway, yeah, they speak pretty positively of Trump, but I just worry that people, falling into a trap of thinking of him too positively just because, yeah, he does some things to kick the other guys or point out the flaws of the other guys, but don't fall in the trap of thinking of falling in love with this guy in any way.
Yeah, no, he's not. I don't think he's great. I just think he's great compared to what I thought we were going to get.
Yeah. So. Yeah, he's not Hillary, so that's something.
Yeah, exactly. And he's not even as bad as I thought he was going to be, too. Like, he's pushing on things just because he thinks it's going to bug people, I think. Like the gold standard. Like, that. There's no way we're going to do the gold standard. But he's pushing on it. He put somebody in who supports it, and he keeps saying things about it.
Yeah.
So, and we're not going to do the gold standard, but he's trying to defund the federal government's involvement in education. There's no way that's going to happen. There's no way. The unions are too big. It's just not going to happen. But he's making noise. He's making noise. He's pushing everybody. He's just going around pushing everybody.
Yeah. He says that he will do something about, for example, the wall, that he will pull the troops from Syria, but he hasn't done none of that. So I'm not sure if it's just talk or if he's actually, thinking of doing those things.
Well, Syria is an example of where he's just talking for what he thinks the public wants to hear, and he's just a pragmatist. He's not principled. So that's an example where he's not great. And look, we haven't left Korea, we haven't left Japan, we haven't left Germany. If Syria is important, then we're going to get there. We're going to get comfortable there. Iraq's a mess because we left, not because we went there, but because we left. Now, if you say we armed Saddam, that's true. We armed everybody. We armed everybody in the goddamn world, and some of them turned around and attacked us. But
and we didn't give Iraq a constitution like we did, for example, Japan.
Right.
That is why they're in such a mess. You know.
Right. I'm clear on that. Yeah.
What, Mr. Appleboy?
Yeah, I agree. I'm clear on that as well. I think it's that lack of confidence and assertion there.
Yeah. Now, if we would have put a constitution in Iraq and stayed there and built some subways and said, "Get comfortable, guys," then Syria wouldn't have fallen apart, right? We would have been right there on the border with that situation. It wouldn't have gone into hell like that.
Iraq would have been easier. I think if we had installed maybe a military junta for a short time, and if you put the military, because it was a big mistake to dismantle a military, because that is the best way to keep a country give a country somewhat of a semblance of order, and then they could have the junta could have transitioned to a somewhat of a liberal democracy like what was done in Chile. So.
Well, one discussion that I think is very interesting is, now I absolutely do agree with the premise that Trump is nowhere near perfect, but is certainly better than Hillary. But whether or not the election of Trump is going to lead to something far worse down the line. So, for instance, let's say if he loses in 2020, or hell, if he wins 2020. Is the almost certain Democrat backlash going to be made far worse because of the election of Trump?
I think that the likelihood of that happening is certainly I think that's certainly likely that's going to happen. I mean, if you saw what happened in Portland recently, yeah, if they lose, I mean, I remember distinctly that the left had threatened that they were going to be violent if Hillary lost, and they did. So I think it's likely that they will it'll be even worse if Trump gets reelected.
Yeah, I think we are going to see violence. I think we're going to see more violence and escalating violence. Now, who are you going to blame for that, the right or the left? And we can see what they're doing in Portland. They're waiting for the right to attack and defend its territory or defend somebody. They're waiting for when the left beats somebody up for the right to go in and beat up the left, and then they'll go in and they'll attack the right. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to provoke it. It's eventually the people on the right are going to have enough, and it may take place in the places where the police have been told to stand down.
Yeah, I think that's what they want. And then after that, they'll say, okay, it's getting out of control, and they'll go in and they'll smash everybody on the right.
Yep, it's very possible. Yes,
I think that's their whole plan. So ultimately, what are we going to do? Here's what I believe is going to happen. I believe it's going to be like the 1930s and 40s all over again. I believe Europe is going to go through the goddamn ringer. And America's going to see that, and America's going to be pretty roughed up too, but we're not going to go through the ringer like Europe. That's what I think is going to happen. And Europe let's call it the rape of Europe. Why can't we call it the rape of Europe with tens of thousands of underage rapes? Why can't we call it the rape of Europe?
Yeah, and in America, people still have guns, so that's a plus for America, you know.
Yeah.
But I think that after Trump, I don't think we have anyone that is better than Trump. I think after Trump, it will be another Hillary maybe, or someone a Democrat, or maybe another Republican. But I think it's gonna be basically the same. For things to change, I think a revolution. I think would be better than another Trump, I think.
Well, I mean, sorry to be a little bit cynical, but even if best case scenario Trump does win 2020, I think it's insanely likely that the United States will not become incredibly socialist in the 2024 after the 2024 elections, or hell, even maybe the Democrats will take complete control over the legislative branch in 2020, and it'll begin even earlier. So I don't really think America stands much of a chance anymore. I think I think we're done. As cynical as it sounds.
Yeah,
I agree. I think only a revolution will change things.
America's done. Well, when you say socialist, I mean, how does that compare to the so-called social democracies, which people say are different than the socialist countries? Are you know?
I mean, just government. The United States has almost entirely accepted the premise that private property should be properly allocated by the government instead of by the people that own it. So, for instance, just to give a very basic example, my fishing tackle. Let's say there's this one kid who accidentally drops his tackle box into the lake. We've already sort of accepted the premise that it's perfectly just for the government to say, okay, well, you already have a bunch of it that I paid for, but this kid lost his, so we're going to take half of yours and give it to him. And I think once you've bought into that premise, there is no going back, and you're just screwed.
Yeah, I mean, that's not particularly new or anything, but
Yeah.
but I wouldn't expect us to be going. I mean, it's kind of strange how they use the term socialist rather than the social democracies, when even the social democracies reject the term socialist. But for the most of them, I mean, I would think at most you would think we'd see something like those northern Scandinavian, some of those countries or whatever, with the social democracies, if we moved in that direction. Not like Venezuela or whatever socialist country. I don't know what it would be.
if I could just interject too, I think that what we're seeing on the left in terms of the socialists coming up, I think that's the left's latest attempt at reviving populism in the regard, because Trump ran mainly on a lot of populist themes. And I think it was Tony Blair that said that if right-wing populism goes up against left-wing populism, right-wing populism will win. And he was right. In terms of what will happen in 2024, it's really, or after Trump, is anyone's guess. But I would posit that objectivism, unfortunately, is very weak in terms of politics and political theory. But I've learned a lot. I've been involved in politics for over 20 years, and I've learned a lot. And I think we should look at Trump as like a teaching moment, that he has a lot of political skills that seem to be patterned after what Saul Alinsky did, and his political tactics and techniques, I think, are very adaptable to what objectivists can use. It goes back to one thing I think it was David Horowitz had said, that politics is war by other means. And in a way that he's right, because you use certain aspects of warlike tactics to achieve your goal of winning. And this is what Trump is doing, and he's doing a terrific job at it, of defeating his opponents.
Well, I think he came along at the right time, and
oh yes,
you're just saying some of the right things.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's more about pointing out what's wrong with the other than being right himself so much. But I obviously, I think you just, whenever he does do something you agree with, then address that on a per issue basis without necessarily approving of the whole guy, because then you get a whole package of things and you just muddy the whole water and everything.
Well, that's part of the problem of the situation we find ourselves in, is that he can basically stab out in any direction and hit somebody who needs to be knocked down and stabbed. So basically anywhere he swings for any reason, he's going to hit somebody who's crying about political correctness or something like that. And so he's sort of like, you're saying, don't make too much of a hero out of him. And yet virtually everything he does works pretty good towards the end that we want, which is to fight back against these people and to tell them, we're not going to take it. We're not going to accept it. We don't accept your stupid narrative.
Yeah.
What we like about Trump is Trump's not even a Republican. We like that he's not a Republican. The Republicans went along with this bullshit, and they would go along with this political correctness shit. And Trump says, no, I don't care. I'm not going to go along with this. So we like Trump because he's even outside of that narrative.
Yeah.
The issue is, though, thinking after Trump.
Yeah. Sorry, go on. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm just saying, I mean, if you focus on him too much, I mean, if he's attacking the other, but then, I mean, you need to assert the right path. So, I mean, that's the whole issue. So if you embrace him too much, then you start going down whatever that track is. And now you've totally derailed yourself.
Maybe a good objectivist daily thing would be Trump good and bad today. And we would say what's good and what's bad about each thing that he did every day. And sort of, maybe that's a good idea for like an angle for objectivists to do the daily news for Trump. Because going on there and saying what's bad every day isn't really smart, because who are you supporting? Do you want Tlaib to get in? Do you want Clinton to get in? Like, you're attacking the only guy who's doing anything good on the whole horizon. Like, that's very strange behavior. To attack the only person who's doing anything good at all is very strange behavior. Now,
okay, to use a metaphor from a movie, because I'm a movie guy, I have a collection of over 86 movies that my friends who aren't objectivists make fun of me for not pirating. But yeah, my friends don't really respect private property, but then again, who does in our society? But an analogy that I just thought of, which is the reason I was laughing a little bit a minute ago, is that this sort of reminds me of the original Star Wars trilogy, as weird as it sounds. Because with Trump, we got A New Hope. After Trump, we're almost certainly going to have the leftists striking back. And I'm sort of hoping, but wondering if we're going to get our Return of the Jedi moment where we blow up the final Death Star, or if The it's a trap moment is just going to be where the curtains close and we're all dead. Metaphorically, obviously.
I think we might see a replay of the 1980s where we had Reagan make free economics and free markets look so good, and then the fall of Russia made control of the economy look so bad that when Clinton came along, he ended up doing something called the NAFTA, free trade agreement, which is not something that Democrats are into, seemingly, but he did it. That's it. And so the next Democrat we have might be a replay of that scenario. Like they'll just be pushed right off the Democrat platform and right out into something like free trade and free speech or something. And Clinton, for all intents and purposes, did not behave very much like a Democrat in a lot of his major policy. So that's what we might see, just because he couldn't. The waters were too cold for him to do it,
he was a very moderate Democrat, right?
Very middle of the road. Yeah, welfare reform and stuff.
The left is attacking Trump, not just because they hate him, but because that they know that he's going to succeed and they don't want him to succeed. And so when his policies are succeeding, and that's what is driving them crazy, because they were hoping that they would be able to succeed with Obama to be able to regiment and control people. Well, Trump has thrown all of those notions out the window, and that's why they're revolting. It's almost as if that in some ways it might also be a death knell. In terms of with the left, ultimately what has to happen is that there has to be something done about going after, or maybe even applying the tax laws equally, but the nonprofits that they run that fund groups like Greenpeace and a lot of these other groups that can have the potential, or maybe even fund terrorism through other means, of course. That's what needs to be stopped. If you really want to dry up the lefts or stop the left from doing what they're doing, that's essentially their bread and butter, are those nonprofits that they have. You go after those, then they're pretty much done.
The left owns the universities. That's what upsets me.
Yeah.
The universities are coming apart at the seams right now.
Yeah.
And the mainstream media too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they own the media. Yeah. The universities, it's becoming so obvious that even the common man on the street can see what's going on there. So that's going to change, I think, somehow. I don't know what's going to change about it. The only answer is to get the government out of it. That's the only answer.
Right. Well, I would also posit too that if a good way to do it, at least on the interim and the local level, is to push for a school choice. In other words, not just charter schools and tax credits, but even for lack of a better term, vouchers. There was a bill. I live in Arizona, and there was a bill that was introduced to enact education savings accounts, which is similar, but not the same, I was told, legally. But anyway, yeah, if you get parents more choices in education, especially the ESAs, and you can get the kids out of the government schools into other schools, then yes, you got to get rid of the unions out of at least the elementary public schools. And then once that's done, the school choice will do that. And once that's done, then you might be able to, because you'll be able to give kids more choices, they'll get a better education. And then that way that will undermine the left's ability to indoctrinate them.
Yeah, until we get that fixed, that's a horrible situation.
Yep.
Well, I can speak from personal experience. As I'm currently 16, I go to a really crappy high school in central Illinois. I'm not going to give the exact high school, but yeah.
Okay.
And I actually, again, really crappy high school, but I have to do summer assignments over my summer break.
Wonderful.
One of which is that I have to summarize. It's a summer assignment for AP English. And to be clear, I do take AP and honors classes, but not because I respect the school system. It's because I want power in this system so that I can have it affect me less. Because, well, when I'm a pragmatist when I have to be. Let's just put it that way. But they actually gave me 6 new sites that I'm able to use. And I don't want to pull it up now because it would take me forever and it would derail the whole conversation. But to name a couple, it is CNN, NPR, I think MSNBC was actually on there, The Guardian, the BBC, and I actually emailed the person who's going to be my teacher next year, and I said, now, just to see what would happen, I said, one of my friends who's also going to the class, which I didn't have, and I lied, but I don't really care. And I said, one of my friends who's going to the class was wondering if he could use a Fox News article that he really liked in the article summary assignment, just to see what would happen. And the response was, if you do that, you will fail the assignment. You can use MSNBC and The Guardian, not even one Fox News article, or you'll fail the assignment.
What about the Wall Street Journal?
Yeah, actually, the Wall Street Journal was on that, yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Well, the Wall Street Journal is owned by the Murdochs who own Fox News.
Oh, interesting.
The Wall Street Journal disappoints me quite often, but they're still pretty good. They used to be really, really good.
Yeah.
But they're still pretty good once in a while. Mr. Hornbuckle, welcome to the call.
Super Fin guy. MrCropper, what's up, man?
Hey, hello, how's it going?
Hey, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, it's been a long time since
I just had
the
a
last.
flashback from like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
MrCropper's been on vacation painting for 3 years.
It's something like that, yeah. No, they changed Google Hangouts and then they brought it back, and I got it set up again, and now it's going away August 1st again. So,
what do you mean it's going away?
I don't know. It's just what it says every time I start a Hangout. It says Google Hangouts are going away August 1st.
Oh, okay.
It's just a message for you, actually.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
the
they
conservative
realize Proper is doing, Google Hangouts, and they're done with it.
Yeah. They said Cropper came on. Let's shut this shit down.
Yeah, no objectivism on Google Hangouts.
I think that's what it is, right? They said for an alternative, try webcasting from your webcam. That's not an alternative. You can't get 8 people together for 8 hours like that. So
Yeah.
it's an amazing tool, and of course they built it saying, let's let everybody connect, and then they're like, oh my god, people are learning shit, shut it down.
Yeah, well, I think you can do the same thing on Discord, so yeah. I don't know, though. I used to use Google Hangouts like 3 years ago when I was an idiot kid. Well, I'm still kind of an idiot kid, but less of one. And I'm actually hoping to go back to some of my old Google Hangouts chats to do some research, because I'm hoping to begin writing a memoir to sort of just to tell the story of how I've how I went from a relatively normal kid to somebody just learning about objectivism to somebody who got thrown into a position where I had to learn how to apply those principles quickly, or well, as emo as this sounds, it is accurate. I was in a situation recently where if I did not perform very well, somebody that I cared about quite a lot was going to die. So,
wow.
Yeah, I do. It's part of this society is that I've had, or as a side effect of this, the way the society is run, I have had to do a lot of things that someone at my age should not be able to do because, frankly, teenagers are kind of stupid.
Yeah, you sound much older.
Huh?
You sound much older.
Yeah, I'm 16. My voice doesn't sound older.
At first, I thought you were like in your 20s or something.
Nope, 16.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm very curious, from a 16-year-old, what do you think is wrong with America? Or
America,
maybe nothing is wrong.
I think America was founded almost perfectly if slavery weren't a thing, and I'm not one of those people who thinks that slavery is this I mean, yes, slavery is obviously evil, but I'm not one of the people who believes that just people should constantly be ashamed that we kept slaves, because so did everybody else. It was kind of the norm. But America was pretty much founded perfectly, and then over time, it was eroded more and more, and that erosion accelerated, I believe, insanely quickly with the beginning of the New Deal by Roosevelt.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
right.
that was the beginning of the end of America.
I don't think that America was started perfectly. I think the Constitution, the federal Constitution that they came up with, had special interests in mind, because the Constitution wasn't written by the Federalists. For the contrary, the Federalists were against it.
Oh.
And they had many special interests in mind. So because of that, it's why we are in the situation that we are now, because it wasn't perfect. The Constitution gives the government way too much freedoms.
Was it Ayn Rand that said? I know this is a quote by somebody, but I think it was from Ayn Rand. I'm not entirely sure. But the purpose of a government is to protect the people from the government, or something like that. I don't remember. Or the purpose of a constitution. No, the purpose of a constitution is to protect the people from the government, I believe was the quote. I don't think that was Ayn Rand, but I think it might have been.
It sounds right.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's right.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I'm no history buff. The only things that I would say I'm incredibly knowledgeable on are movies and the pet trade, because I own an insane amount of animals. Actually, in the room I'm in right now, I have 8 different tanks and terrariums.
Cool. Do you have a snake?
Yes, I do have a snake. It's a corn snake.
Wow.
I have it right above my desk.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh, Mr.
Sorry. By the way, there's a video on YouTube that talks about why the Constitution wasn't written to necessarily protect the rights of the people. It's a very good video that I couldn't do justice. So check that out. I think it will be very interesting for you.
What's it called?
Why the Constitution wasn't written to protect our rights, or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna do something really quick, but I'll write that down while I'm muted.
Okay, great.
The Canadian group, by the way, their website is justrightmedia.org, and they're also associated with. You ever heard of the Freedom Party of Canada?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's those guys with Paul McKeever too. Like they know Paul McKeever up there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I definitely know him. I've known him for years. Yeah.
Yeah, he's. I think he's one of the top objectivists, right? I think he's better than the Ari people, much better.
He's
Is he?
I have a question, guys.
Yeah.
I think freedom is important, but I don't think it's the primary issue right now. Because I think the primary issue is basic cultural values. Let me give you an example. I think the problem we have right now is this hope and desire for a multicultural society. And the idea of multiculturalism is really a fallacy. So let me explain what I mean first. A lot of people think multiculturalism means, hey, we get people with different foods, different music coming here. But that's not multiculturalism. So if you come here and you bring food, and I like your food, it's, you know, Chinese food, Mexican food, whatever, you know, we still share the same basic values, which is we like to eat and we like to enjoy our food. Like there's no conflict there, right? It's not different cultures. It's just more of the same stuff. So that's multiculturalism. Is really when you have values that conflict and are different. So, for example,
Yeah. So
somebody comes here and they believe in female genital mutilation. Okay, that is not something that can coexist with a society that says we don't believe in female genital mutilation. So, if you bring those things together, only one of them can ultimately win. So the idea of multiculturalism is actually destroying one culture in favor of another. And the problem we have here is that freedom is jumping the boat here, or jumping the gun, because imagine we have the Second Amendment in the United States, which I'm in favor of that. Having weapons for self-defense and to keep the government in check is important. But imagine we have a bunch of people that we allow into our country who want to overthrow the government or hate us, but they come here obeying the laws at first, and they take advantage of the Second Amendment and get lots of guns. So there's a big conflict here. Or maybe like I'll take maybe a more concrete example. Let's say you have a bunch of devout supporters of Al Qaeda coming into America and setting up their own security companies, in quotes, you know, saying, oh, we're just capitalists, we're just, you know, starting our own companies, providing security, and they're buying a bunch of guns in the meantime. Well, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see what's going on here, right? I mean, they've got a very clear set of beliefs and values, and they're taking advantage of our freedoms to situate themselves so in the future they will be able to either, you know, cause problems or even cause an uprising or start a civil war or create a sleeper cell or whatever. So, you know, that's a reality where, you know, the Second Amendment then would work to hurt us. And you could say this with a lot of things. So I guess what I'm saying is that it seems to me like if you're going to have a successful civilization, there are certain value prerequisites, and you know, this is a very dangerous topic because it almost sounds like I'm saying, hey, we have to like only allow people with certain ideas and values, and it's not exactly what I'm saying, because I think we need to have free discourse and so forth, but I want people to have as much freedom as they possibly can. But at the same time, it seems obvious to me that if you let in too many people that have values and ideas that are radically at odds and actually that really despise and hate your civilization, that obviously doesn't work either. So what's the resolution? Because you understand the problem I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead, Superfan.
So that's basically it, yeah.
yes, yeah, thank you. I think that freedom is not enough. It's not enough. You have to have the culture for people to prosper and live in peace, etc. You know, and you're very right. Multiculturalism is very different than, for example, the melting pot. Melting pot, it's a unification. It's people getting along and exchanging the best values. Multiculturalism is basically a separation of cultures. You know, people get separated because my culture is this, your culture is that, so we should be at odds with each other, you know?
Well, another solution is, so you brought up the example of Al Qaeda. Now, I know this would not absolutely fix every example of this problem, but one solution is, let's say you have, well, let's take the example of Al Qaeda. They rise up, they say, we hate America, we're going to kill America. America says, okay, we hate you, we're going to kill you. And we kill them. Now, the problem with this is a lot of people in politics right now are cowards who are afraid to get their hands dirty when it comes to protecting the country and the values it upholds. Now, obviously, we shouldn't overthrow countries because we disagree with them, but if a group poses a threat to America and the well-being of its citizens, blow it to hell.
Yeah, I think we should be doing a little bit more of that.
So yeah, the challenge here though is, you know, what is Al Qaeda? Al Qaeda is essentially just some Muslims who decided to take their religion seriously. Or for people that are offended by that, I'll throw a bone out here. Let's just say this: there are some Muslims who don't want to have Islamic political rule, and there are some that do. And we all know that. So Al-Qaeda are just people who want to have Islamic political rule that decided to enact the age-old commandment of, you know, jihad and war. And so how do we know who those people are? Well, the people that joined Al-Qaeda were just regular Muslims one day, and then they decided to join the next, you know, at some point. So it's not like they come with a sign or necessary ties to any group, and this makes it difficult. So bombing one country or defeating, you know, one country doesn't really, to me, solve the problem.
I mean, it would certainly act as a deterrent. I mean, for instance, let's just take the group I think we're all a part of, Objectivism. If America started genociding objectivists, which, not that I think will happen, I'd find it incredibly unlikely, but if they did, I mean, I say, for instance, I would certainly be far more hesitant to buy an Ayn Rand book if they were genociding objectivists. Now, I mean, I just would, if America started doing that, I'd just get the hell out. I wouldn't even consider being here because I know that I couldn't live a satisfying or happy life if I was genocided, or if I couldn't be an objectivist, so I would leave. And same holds true for Al-Qaeda. Even if their ideas are wrong, they don't want to get killed for nothing. They would want to go out killing some infidels, as it were, so they can go kill infidels somewhere else.
When we exterminated the Nazis, there was no question. It wasn't, are they afraid or not? It was, they're going to die. Doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter how they feel. We just said we're going to kill them. So that's how we should do it again. I don't say that we have the bravery and the tenacity to do that this time, but that would solve the problem. So I think the best case scenario would be some sort of a war against Saudi Arabia and or Iran. That's probably the best case scenario. Wipe them out, and then we can hunt to the ends of the earth anybody that believes in that ideology. The worst case scenario is Muslims come here, there's a bunch of violence here in America, and over a long period of time, the American give and take with the Islam world changes Islam. And that's the worst case scenario. We're going to go through some violence similar to what Europe is going through.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's going to come to America or not. I don't know.
Well, isn't that already coming? Isn't that already here, though, to some degree?
Not on the level that Europe has it. It's certainly not on the level that Europe.
But it started. I mean, look at the election of Ilhan Omar. I mean, is there any doubt about her sympathies?
Yeah, it started.
There's a whole community behind her.
It started. Now look, Seattle is in chaos like the whole half of Europe, right? Half of Europe is in a situation like Seattle, okay? Our whole nation is focused on Seattle, and we're figuring out what's going to happen there and what to do about it. But you know, the whole of Europe has fallen into that situation where there are street fights every night in many different countries in Europe, and the police have nothing to say about it and don't care. So
I'm a little skeptical about your solution to take out Saudi Arabia and all that, though, because really what you're talking about is a massive war that's probably greater in scope than even World War II.
No. Why? Why is no? World War II is huge. World War II is enormous. We fought Japan and Germany on 2 fronts. That was a gargantuan.
And we won.
But there were only 2 countries whose, I guess you could say, faith in their ideology had to be broken. We had to do a couple things. We had to make the Nazis stop believing they could win, and make it socially unacceptable for them to publicly be a Nazi. So, and same thing with Japan. But how do you make the Muslim world believe, number one, that not only can they not win, but we have to basically break their faith in their religion, like worldwide. It can't just be one country. It has to be worldwide. And how do you convince them that Allah is not on their side, and that what was, I forgot what I was going to say. It was brilliant, but
Berlin. What we did to Berlin. We split it up into 4 pieces and we danced on it for 10 years. Or do what we did to Nagasaki or Hiroshima. That's another option. So I think there's different ways. Or do what we did to Rome. We just took Rome over and turned it back into a province. It was just a province when we were done.
I think all the videos
Brandon,
you're on.
I'm sorry. I want to finish this and I'll let Mr. Apple, will you speak? I'm sorry. Is the problem is Islam as an ideology has been functioning for 1400 years, and they have, like, their attitude is that if they just need to sit back for a couple hundred years and wait out historical change, that's no problem. Like, we'll just, like, I think it's a different scope of belief than just, you know, a Nazi movement that sprung up for 5 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Islam is not it's sort of like it's a political movement in disguise. It's not only a religion, but it's still a religion. Like the Nazis were just a political ideology. There are very deep roots in Islam, and I don't think it could be done the same way it was done with the Nazis. I think the solution would be to maybe appeal to the moderate Muslims, or for example, or talk about the other Muslims, the other branches of Islam. For example, the Iranian branch against Wahhabism, that is the branch that Saudi Arabia subscribes to. You know, maybe they could help, for example. But I don't think that violence or war, like a preemptive war, would solve that.
I think Yaron Brook's videos, when he talks on this subject, answered it pretty well already, really. I mean, I think it sounds like you guys are trying to you're suggesting that somehow defeating Iran or Saudi Arabia would be transformative to the rest of the world to a much greater degree or broader sense than what would be the goal. I mean, you're not trying to get rid of it. People aren't going to give up Islam. The idea is just for them to give up sort of the radical theocracy and also the militancy and all that. So yeah, I mean, that's what you're going after there. And also the other point Yaron also made is he said, as far as the World War II difficulty and all that, I mean, I remember him making the points that these are countries, they don't make their own weapons or whatever. They can't even do they have none of this empire or strength that the Western countries we had in World War II. So relatively speaking, they should be relatively easy to defeat if fought correctly. So
but I think that's where Iran is wrong, because what we learned in Vietnam is that people can fight guerrilla warfare indefinitely. We even learned that from Iraq. If we don't have the will to really just be completely brutal, and the problem is there is a mentality in the Muslim world that they don't have to fight with guns and bombs. What they can do is what the Muslim Brotherhood calls civilization jihad, whereas they immigrate and slowly take over the culture through demographic change. So just by sheer numbers, you know, you move in, and at first you're just law-abiding citizens, and 1 or 2 generations later, you've got this huge voting bloc, and then you start to change the culture through democracy.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
As far as Vietnam, I know Brandon did a whole series on Vietnam, if I remember. So if there's a different way to fight that or learn from that, then perhaps that's not a problem. But then as far as the immigration, that's the whole question of, I think like Yaron says, let them in for the most part. I don't know if he says different on, it's not different from Muslims though, maybe, but I know Leonard Peacock was the guy that was very, even beyond Islam, but even like Latin America and whatnot, he was very cautious about that, shifting the demographic. But I think it's a real question about, it's one thing if you have sort of two countries with similar beliefs and just sort of exchanging immigration between them. But if you're in I do think I have in recent years thought it is sort of worth considering these demographic issues, and that maybe you do have a right to stop these people, even though I'm not just talking about Islam and whatnot, I'm talking about more broader, to control the demographics, even though I think that probably goes against what Yaron would say, that, people have a right to come, but you also have a sovereignty in it, even on it's almost like there's these ideas of deed restricted communities and whatnot, and we can control things through that. So why not have some kind of sovereignty that takes in demographics of people that don't share your values when you're considering immigration?
Why not have it like it was in the 1800s, where there's occasionally a good little old shooting war somewhere in the nation?
Well, I don't. What is that about?
Oh, I thought you were saying. Oh, I guess I didn't. I thought you were replying to Jason's thought about how the culture is going to handle these things. I'm sorry. I didn't follow your thought. Maybe I was following it from a different.
I was talking about how do you decide, or what should the immigration policy be? So I'm saying the immigration policy should be, let them come, have guns, be ready, let's fight it out from time to time. That's what it was in the 1800s. I mean, we let some rough people in the 1800s, and the biggest worry was the damn Indians in the countryside. But what if it's not violence? What if it's simply voting and changing the fundamental nature of the government, or going in a bad direction? That's a different issue.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that comes down to political violence then. I think that I mean, what answer did we have in the 1800s? We brought all the damn Germans in, and that's ruined our damn culture. So as far as the Muslims go, by the way, I'm going to continue to make the case, even against Yaron Brook, that Islam is less of the problem than Marxism, and that we are fighting Marxist-trained Muslims. Every single one, Osama bin Laden and every single other one of them went to school in Paris, or else their professors were from London. Every single one of them were trained by Western Marxists. All of the leaders of Islam, every last one of them. I don't think we're fighting Islam. I think we're fighting Marxists and
Soviets.
I seem to remember that about Osama bin Laden. I don't know about other people. That sounds familiar. That sounds correct.
I've gone through the list. I did a video series on it. It's 40-minute video series called German Jihad, because Marx was a German. So we're fighting Immanuel Kant's philosophy today in Islam.
Wow.
I don't believe it's different from Nazism. I don't think it's different. I think we should treat it exactly the same. I don't think it has different philosophical roots. Look, the Christians are bad, right? The Christians did the Dark Ages, so we know that they can be nasty. And the Muslims are bad. We know they're nasty today. So that's no question. The question is what's going on today with Islam. And that seems to be the same thing that's going on in the Cold War with the Soviets and in the 30s with the Germans. So
the left, it's in on it, The left, it's what enabled the Muslims to start the jihad.
Right. Well, the other issue, though, and Yaron brings it up a lot, and maybe he's wrong, but he really says that the problem is not immigration, or stop focusing on the other. And I think his point is because it's really, he doesn't see that as the biggest problem, and he sees it as distracting from really fixing what we need to fix. And if we focus on the other, we're not going to be fixing our country or ourselves or whatever.
But I mean, that's ridiculous. We have people that are trying to kill us and destroy our culture. We have to deal with it.
Well, there's two different levels. There's the violent and the non-violent as far as the immigration, or just He's also talking beyond just the Muslim world. He's talking about also, all the other countries in Latin America and immigration broadly.
I mean, I don't think it's an issue of, hey, the left is worse than Islam or Islam is worse. I mean, they're all bad. We have to oppose all of them. We can't just oppose one and leave and ignore the other one. And that's what I don't like about the way Yaron talks about it, because he always wants to dismiss the danger of Islam. And he says, and whenever you talk about the danger of Islam, he says the left is the worst threat. But then when you talk about Trump, he says Trump is worse than the left. So you can never pin him down. He's all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think it's.
You go. You go first, Finn.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and I think Yaron Brook basically just talks nonsense, and he's saying that we should accept Muslims into the country. We should. Basically, I think the solution for the problem is for America to be more visceral. I think there is a solution for the problems to be visceral, like in World War II, when they just attacked Japan and destroyed them. I don't think there is another solution.
Yeah, locked people up in concentration camps or whatever, internment camps. Yeah, we were pretty brutal in World War II. We didn't, and I'll bet we didn't have open borders. I'll bet we had pretty tight control of every single human being who came or left from our country during World War II. So,
but I don't think Trump will do that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. What I was going to say is, I'll say it. I have basically no respect for Yaron Brook. As I was just beginning objectivism, Yaron Brook was pretty much the second name that I heard, and I started listening to his podcast when I was just beginning at having an actual job. And I remember one day when I was taking vines off of a fence, because I do groundskeeping, and I was listening to a podcast with him and Amy Peacock, and I just thought, okay, everything they're saying is is either blatantly obvious if you understand anything of objectivism, or it's contradictory, or it's just dumb. So I have pretty much no respect for Yaron Brook, and I think I would say Yaron Brook damages objectivism more than he helps it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I was subscribed to both of them. I was subscribed to both of them, but I unsubscribed because it was just garbage. It wasn't good.
I'm surprised by so much negative against Yaron. I don't think I have much negative against Yaron. He has said himself, though, he might be biased towards immigration because he was an immigrant himself. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. So I keep listening to Yaron, and I've got a strong filter on him now. Every word he says, I'm listening carefully so I can catch him on something. I haven't caught him on anything I hate him saying yet. I mean, I think these California leftists are being silly about immigration. They need to look at Europe and see what's going on. I mean, it's not an issue of theory right now. It's an issue of actual fact. Just look at Europe and ask whether we need open borders right now with what's going on in Europe.
What about the broader immigration in general, just changing the demographics for the vote? Like Peacock was saying with Latin America or whatever the Democrats want to bring in to change the vote. Peacock was opposed to that or whatever. So
I think that's a worry. I think it's a real worry. But I mean, ultimately, we've got to change the country so that they can't vote socialism in, right? I mean, that's the real issue.
Well, I think, the U.S. it has a culture, it has a constitution. I think the government should screen immigrants if they agree with the culture, right?
France,
they should make
France
tests.
does.
Yeah, France does.
Say again. Say. France did. Okay. In the 1800s.
Right now.
No, really? Okay. Did it work or?
They had culture homogenization government bodies that saw to it that the Muslims were being integrated into French culture.
Oh, that's after.
And they were taken over by Muslims.
Is that after they're immigrated to help them integrate? Because I think I saw that on a documentary. That's different than screening.
I heard of that too, but
Set up in like the 1990s.
it was something silly. I think
No, that was Sweden.
Sweden did this?
Sweden, I remember I saw some documentary, I think it was Sweden, where they have these programs to help them integrate like culturally, to understand the culture. Like, you can't do this in our culture, to the women or whatever.
Oh, well, that was more recent though. That was in the last 5 to 10 years, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's just idiotic.
No, France started this back in the 1990s. So, and that was taken over by Muslims. And then what they did with that, instead of making sure that the mosques were being reasonable, of course, they just told the mosques, hey, nobody's watching, don't worry about it. And they paid the mosques too. That organization pays the mosque. You know, the state, church and state's not separate in France. So the mosque leader, whatever he is a paid position of the state.
Right. Sounds like UK is, I mean, something similar to that in the UK.
So they've got church-funded terrorist states in France going on 20 years now. So that's what happens when you set the state up and say, we can't have this terrorism stuff. We're going to set bureaucrats up and put them in charge of...
But that's based on a philosophical error, because they're evading the nature of Islam.
Well, I don't trust any bureaucrats. I'm just going to keep a closet full of guns, thank you.
What about Charles Martel? He was a good bureaucrat.
What's it?
What about Charles Martel? France trusted him once.
I don't know about Charles Martel.
He stopped the Muslim invasion of Europe in the 8th century.
I was going to say, unless that's an old thing or something. Okay.
He helped the Muslim invasion? He betrayed them or something?
Stopped.
Oh, he stopped. But but as far as filtering people for culture or choosing a country based on a good culture to let people in, I mean, that, at least at the individual level, that seems pretty difficult. I mean, maybe you could have some basic questions, but I mean, if somebody wanted to, they could say whatever they wanted. But I mean,
you could, I guess you could, you know, have them on the truth machine, you know.
Oh, no.
Or something like it. I don't know. There must be.
They can eat a piece of bacon or something like that.
I think the best you do is, if you're going to, I mean, there's two approaches to immigration. I guess there's the merit-based, where you're kind of picking people individually, and then there's the mass immigration where you target a specific country, and then of course the lottery one, which is more random. But I mean, if you're targeting specific countries for, quote, mass immigration, where you're just taking people in bulk rather than looking at individuals, I think maybe then you might look at a whole culture and say, is that roughly on the same level as us or something?
That's reasonable, and unfortunately, that's not what we're doing right now. It seems like the powers that be are trying to intentionally change the demographics of the West, because they're just saying, hey, let's take in mass immigration from cultures that are completely different, and because we want to prove that multiculturalism works, and you know, we're all, Western people are all evil anyway. We're all evil racists, so we deserve, we have to make amends, I guess, for being born with original sin, I guess.
I think the roots of the problem is the welfare state is running low on people, and the welfare state needs a constant influx of a larger number of people than the previous generation in order to stay solvent. And Europeans were not breeding.
Right.
And that was, they have villages that are empty. They have small cities that are empty. And so these are made of stone and brick, and they're old. They're centuries old, so they're not going to melt away. And they've got all these buildings that are set and empty, that are falling apart, you know. And so what do they do with that? Do they just let everything crumble, or do they open the borders and let people in? So they made up a fairyland story. This goes clear back into the 70s. You know, Germany was bringing people in the 70s from Turkey. So it's an old situation. They didn't have enough people. They were not, white Europeans did not want to have kids. So.
But I think a lot of people coming in Europe are going on the doles. So that doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm
There's so much welfare consumed by the migrants. I don't think that they're.
Sorry, what?
You don't. I mean, there might be. I'm sure that is one that had. Well, I was saying a lot of the migrants in Europe are going on welfare, so I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is versus working and being productive, but I'm sure there's some people who use that argument. But to me, it seems like there's something more sinister, which is it's a play for political power. If you want to, let me just look at the United States. Why are the Democrats in favor of open borders? Because they want to permanently change the demographics so that Republicans can never win another election. I guarantee
They want
you,
to change culture even.
and they want to get rid of the Electoral College. If they continue to push open borders and try to get rid of the Electoral College, then Republicans will never win again. I guarantee if everyone coming across the border was voting Republican, do you think they would be in favor of it?
No. So
I'd say that's what I think. I can't prove it, but it just looks like that to me, that this is just a power play to permanently, for the Marxist left to win. That's what I think.
yeah, our hope is people like Candace Owens, right? You know about Candace Owens, right?
I know who she is. Yeah.
Yeah. If we get a lot of Candace Owenses, if we get a Jordan Peterson of Candace Owens for the black people, that would be good. But something like that's going to happen because it's starting to look really stupid to anybody with an IQ over about 85. It's starting to look pretty obvious that the Democrats are not a good place to be. So I don't know if that's going to help very much, but maybe pretty much everybody with an IQ over 85 has already left the Democrat Party. It seems that way.
Or both. Or, yeah.
I didn't catch both what? Yeah, all of them.
Or both. Well, both of them, or at the very least, they're not voting for the Democrats anymore. Maybe they're voting against them. I don't know.
Well,
not the Republicans. Yeah.
Well, I think the Democrats doing this is quite obviously motivated by pure nihilism, by the want to destroy virtue. Because America, pretty much by any rational standard, America is one of the best countries on earth. If you want to, I mean, the argument of whether or not it's the best is pretty subjective, so I'm not going to get into that. But America allows people to become better than other people. As the virtue of selfishness, to put your own well-being above the well-being of somebody who is less skilled than you, less determined than you, putting yourself above somebody who has less virtue than you, plainly. And the left doesn't like that because they want everybody to be equal because they think that that's fair. So they have the nihilism. They want to destroy the rich. They want to destroy the powerful, irregardless of whether or not they earned that power. So they're bringing in all the people who have no power because they respect a lack of power more than they respect somebody with a great amount of earned power.
Yeah, and they want to steal the power, because it's far easier to rule with people that are ignorant, with people that have, the bad philosophy, But I think in the end, they want power for themselves,
I'm having difficulty though because your own statements, he cautions people about focusing on the other as the enemy. And it's true that I think the left is motivated by sort of self-destruction. But beyond their motives, I don't want to fall into the trap of always doing the opposite just because someone has a bad motive. But also I'm recognizing the harm, especially when we're talking about particular demographics, the Islam and what. It's getting very messy and complicated for me because I do recognize the idea of not because we have real threats from, I think Yaron says the real threats are really from inside, not the other or the outside.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, because look at the we're in the same situation we were in the 1930s and 40s productivity wise. We're a quarter of the world's productivity, and so if anybody can destroy America, it's going to be Americans. Letting them in can probably do a lot of damage, but probably not as much damage as they're going to do anywhere else in the world. And the rest of the world's probably just going to go through a goddamn ringer no matter what. Whether we let people in and we get a taste of it or not, the rest of the world's going to have it a hell of a lot rougher than America.
I'm not really following what you guys are saying here, because it's like you're saying America is sick, therefore we should inject ourselves with cancer viruses. I don't get that argument.
No, we shouldn't, but it seems like it's inevitable. It seems like that someone wants it to happen.
I would argue that the way to destroy America is to infiltrate it and destroy it from within, because from the outside you can't do that.
But that's what immigration allows. It allows people to infiltrate from within. That's exactly what it does.
Yeah, that is why the immigration of Muslims is a problem. And I think that anyone that says that we should let them in is reasonable. I think it's a traitor or just insane, you know.
Yeah, I was very happy with Trump's ban on Muslims, and of course it was put off by the courts and blah blah blah. And I thought, of course, that wouldn't work, but I was happy with it. But ultimately, of course, if the courts knock it down and then the left goes crazy and brings a bunch of them in, then we're going to have to face that fact. You know, you can say that this is bad and we shouldn't do it, but what if we do? What if they bring them in? You know, then what do we do? I mean, we had a civil war once. That's my ultimate opinion: is get guns, have them, and know how to use them. And when the shooting starts, know who the good guys are. So the thing is, I don't think it's going to go that far in America. It's going to go there in Europe. The shooting is happening right now, and it's going to get worse. So look at Syria and Yemen, and look at thousands of people killed by the secret police all the time in Iran. So shooting is going on all over the world right now to solve this problem. We're going to have a little bit of in America too, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but I think Americans still have common sense. You know, I don't think, as you say, that will go as far as shooting each other. But unfortunately, I think that a way for change is to change the government some way, through revolution or through a coup d'état or something like that. Because I don't think more candidates are going to change that, you know.
I'm reading so quotes from Yaron from an earlier episode around 2015, but he's saying that the government should basically ban Muslim immigration, and it would be the burden of proof should be on them, or he says anyone coming into the country to prove that they're moderates, that they are truly not a risk of becoming radicals and becoming a threat to Europe. And I think he means the same for the United States.
He's got quotes like that, but then he contradicts himself later. He says all kinds of things all the time, I've noticed. That was a while ago, 2015. After Trump got elected, Yaron went a little bit off the deep end, I think, in my opinion.
By the way, Mr. Apple, I think I heard your voice on the Sunny podcast, right? Am I right? Or
I don't think so. You talking about that Always Sunny woman?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a guy with sort of like the same voice, but but I don't. Yeah, you said it's not you, so probably.
Is she doing a pod? I remember she had a YouTube channel I saw years ago. She rings a bell.
Still has the channel, but she's not doing videos anymore. Now she's doing a podcast, a 1 hour long.
Is she an objectivist or what?
She's an objectivist. Yeah, she's Yeah, neocon objectivist.
She has a really good recent podcast disagreeing with what Yaron's been saying about immigration and so forth too.
What's her name again? I'm gonna write her down on a list I have here.
Yeah, Sunny Lohman.
Loman, that's right.
Sunny what?
Lohman. Here, I'll send a link to one of her podcasts in the chat.
Okay, yep, that'll work. Okay.
I couldn't.
I think Yaron does a lot of what I would call, and I know you're a fan of him, Mr. Apple, so feel free to shoot back. I'm just, this is my experience with him, and I was on a podcast. I actually wrote a question to him about Islam because I hear him making very wishy-washy statements, like, out of the corner of his mouth, he'll admit that it's a concern and danger, but then at another time he'll be like, "Oh, everything's okay, you guys. There's nothing to worry about." And he dedicated a whole podcast actually to my questions, and it went pretty badly. And he, at one point, I'm in the super chat comments, and I said that. What he kept saying that basically the only concern or danger is terrorism. I was trying to make the point that actually the real threat is not terrorism, that the real threat is just Islamic culture in general. And terrorism is just one feature of that. The bigger issue is Sharia, or Islamic political rule, and a different value system, a different way they view women, a different way family is supposed to operate, a different view of how non-Muslims are supposed to be treated before the law and all this stuff. And what I wrote in the super chat comments is that Islamic culture is incompatible with American culture. And he said that I was a racist.
Oh my.
In the YouTube. But the thing is, I said nothing about race. I was talking about ideas and values. And when he published the podcast, he hid the super chat comments. So you can't even see what I'm typing in there. Now, I don't know if he did that on purpose, but it doesn't look good to me.
Oh, but
I miss Peacock so much.
But he would probably say that if they're moderate, so if they don't take, they're moderates, it doesn't. That's okay. So in between terrorism and moderates, you have people that take it seriously, but they're not terrorists. And I think that's the ones he would agree, said keep them out. But just being Muslim in and of itself, well, I guess he did say in that 2015. Well, no, wait, he said ban Muslims, but it's up to them to prove that they're moderates. So I guess you're not banning all Muslims then, because if they're moderates, then, well, I guess it's the fault. I mean, it's like very few would be coming in because they'd have to really prove they're like reformers or something, I guess. I don't know.
I think that I think bad communities could come in, could get set up, and could exist here and take whole damn states over, probably. I think that could probably happen.
Well, they're working on that in Minnesota, so stay tuned.
Yeah, they did it in Utah.
Where? Are you serious?
Yeah, the Mormons.
Oh, okay.
Well, the Mormons.
Yeah.
Facing the Muslims. Like, whoa.
No, the Mormons. One time it came down to a situation where the federal government told them, you got to change this law. And the Mormons said, no, we've been doing all right so far. Just leave us alone. And so the federal government sent troops. And while the troops were marching through Colorado, God called the Mormons on the phone and said, hey, you guys don't need that religious bit anymore. You can change that stuff. And then the Mormon government called the federal government and said, don't worry about the troops. We actually just got a call from God and we can change all that. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So
right.
That's how we did it before. We got ready for a damn shooting war again. So
yeah, but that was sort of, they were ignoring the government rather than getting themselves elected into government and changing the government.
They ran the government. They owned the government. There was no federal government in Salt Lake City. They were their own government. They owned the whole state.
Okay. But what if they get elected to federal government and that starts?
I don't know. It's
changing.
Our guns.
Well, imagine we've got 10 of Ilhan Omar's in Congress.
Yeah.
Well, I
That's
think
coming.
that's what they have in Europe. I think we're going to see the results of that.
I think we're already seeing it. I think the mayor of London is a piece of work.
Yeah, now fast forward 5 or 10 years,
Yeah.
how plausible are those policies going to look to Americans in 5 or 10 years? In a free country where we're free to discuss it.
Which policies?
Whatever policies they're doing in Europe that Aline Tamib Romeb wants here, or whatever their hell names are, the blood names. Those policies are going to look less and less reasonable to free people. So if you're worried that they're going to import a bunch of people here, those people are going to melt out away. They're going to run away from those communities. I put over here in the comments, the Underground Railroad and the Mormon Escape Railroad are two examples of what happens when you have a slave society inside of a free society, because they have these 14-year-old girls that are married in Utah that are married religiously. And there's this whole industry of, if you see them, talk to them, see if you can slip them out a back door, get them into a car and get them to a person and get them to the next town and get them away. Okay, there's a whole subculture to get these girls away from their situation when you see one of them. And that's what the Muslims are going to have to put up with if they come here and start compounds. They're going to have to be very, very insular compounds.
I think they've already started these compounds, though.
They have them in West Virginia. They have them in Tennessee. They have them in Texas. They have them in Oregon. They have them in Idaho. Yeah, it's true.
Well, one thing that I mean, Mr. Cropper, I would like to believe you're right on that, but I frankly don't. Now, it might partially be parts of my past that have turned me into such a cynic, but I think that, frankly, people are far too cowardly to do anything about it because they're too afraid of being seen as racist. For instance, most of my friends, whenever we're talking privately, they'll make really edgy jokes, like I will, because it's fun. But almost none of them, except Katie, who is... Katie has problems, let's just put it that way. But pretty much none of them would ever be willing to make those jokes in public because they're scared. When we're all making those jokes, it's obvious because of the tone of voice we're using, the way we're doing it. Pretty much any and all context in that situation shows we're not racist, we're just edgy teenagers. But people are far too worried that what they're doing will be taken out of its context. So you're not freeing a child bride, you're condemning all brown people or some crap like that. And frankly, that stuff, when people try to do it, because of basically when somebody who is doing the right thing gets called out by people claiming they're doing something completely different, people are still cowards. They still won't do anything. And the people accusing somebody of a crime they never committed, like racism or that crap, they win. They just win by default because there's nobody with the moral courage to stand up to them, to be willing to suffer for your principles.
Yeah,
you're just lazy.
Once in a while, I see something somewhere that gives me a little bit of hope. And when somebody stands up during a Milo Yiannopoulos thing and starts shrieking social justice warrior shit, the whole crowd starts shouting, USA, USA. And so it's little things like that that give me a glimmer of hope. And plus the Bundy Ranch stand-up. Did you guys know about the Bundy Ranch?
That's great. That was great. That was a soap opera, right?
That was amazing. And those are the guys that I rode on the desert with and collected cows with when I was a kid. Was those people out there that drive cows out there on the desert. And when the federal government came to arrest those guys, there were like 200 or 300 armed ranchers with rifles.
Was that some kind of land seizure thing, eminent domain or something?
I don't remember what it was. They were running their cows on land that they'd been running it on forever, and then at some point the government said you can't do that anymore, and so they were fining them or something like that.
Oh, it was a federal property thing, maybe.
Yeah, and the federal government owns about 80 or 90% of Nevada, so it's hard to do anything out there without that. But
also over a couple, actually, I think a family that got arrested. The whole family got arrested. The father, I think the mother too, or something.
Yeah.
And because of that, is what actually ignited the whole situation, because it a whole an innocent family got arrested because of grazing rights, you know.
And Trump pardoned them in the end. But the fun part about it was, in modern United States of America, several hundred citizens showed up with rifles to tell the government to get the fuck out of here. And the government did. Those federal agents left. They turned around and left.
Well, the thing is, both of your, I think both of your examples, I think you only gave two, but they're examples of groups. I mean, how many of those people in the Milo Yiannopoulos speech, or the people with the gun standing up to the federal government, how many of those people would have done it solo? For instance, the USA chant, if there was some kind of Muslim pride speech headed by Ilhan Omar, and they were just parading down the street chanting, like, "Bring down America, we need an Islamic State," how many of those people would be that one sole guy standing right in front of them chanting, "USA, USA"? Or would they just see, nobody's doing it? If I do this, everybody's going to take video of me and I might lose my job. Or will they say, screw it, if nobody else is going to do this job, I'm going to do it myself. Consequences be damned. And just being willing to stand up to your principles against whatever opposition you might face.
I think that will happen when things start to hit the fan. If it's just something on TV, people won't actually act. But I think if it starts to impact their lives more, I think people could act more responsibly, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, the chanting USA or whatever and all this patriotism or America, I mean, as people say, I mean, I guess it's only the rejection of the desire for self-destruction, but no deeper understanding, really.
Yeah, and as far as Super Fin guy was, yeah, it's not real great, but it gives me some hope. I mean, it's better than they all just sit there and go, "Oh, this is awkward." They stand up and surround the person and scream in their face, "USA, USA." They don't let them have a word. So that's better than just sitting there listening to them or helping them, right? So, okay, I can't remember what the other thought that I was going to say was then. No. All right.
Who was the guy that was trying to speak, or you're saying that somebody was shouted down?
I don't recall what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And by the way, if anybody wants to address me directly, you can just call me Mike or Michael, because I think my name shows up as the Taco Ray, which is a retarded email address I made when I was in like 5th grade. So, yeah.
Right.
All right. Nice to meet you, Mike.
I think that's a great name, the Taco. I like tacos.
Yeah. Well,
hey guys, I got to jump. I got to go to work tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Horbuckle.
Been a good conversation. Everybody have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
And one question that actually is sort of inspired by Charles II is Charles II, and this is an area where I vastly disagree with him, has the position that you have no responsibility to be a martyr. The way he explains it is, if somebody is trying to take away everyone's rights, you have no responsibility to be the guy who stands up and says, "Screw it, I know that if I do this, I'm going to lose everything, but somebody needs to do it. And, if I'm the only one and I die and I lose for nothing, well, so be it. I'm going to stand up for my principles anyways." It's the position of Charles II that you have no responsibility to do that, whereas I would say you absolutely do, because if nobody's going to do it, then that's just admitting defeat. And I do absolutely hold by the philosophy that it is better to die. I mean, it's better to fail. It's better to fail trying than to lose without trying at all, even if that means severe consequences, which, again, nobody cares about my personal life, so I'm not going to get into the specific details. But I've had several instances recently where I did stand up for my principles, and it went poorly for me, several of which involving public education, which, God, I hate it.
As the saying goes, it says that it is better to die on your knee. I think it's better to die than to live on your knees.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't
Well,
worry about standing up for much in the schools or whatnot. I don't think I don't think I would care much about that.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not even standing up for stuff in the schools. It's just that, like, word of mouth around that I think I got in trouble once for because I was just having a random conversation with my friends, and I mentioned something about I think it was immigration in Europe, actually, and somebody just overheard a small snippet of it where I said that many countries in Europe should just begin deporting people even somewhat suspected of being Islamic terrorists. And the people at the school didn't like that very much. And I forget exactly what I told them, but I know there was one person especially, wasn't one of the administrators, it was just one of the students who called me racist, and I told them they could go to hell.
wow.
So, yeah.
If someone calls you racist, I would say your behavior is unacceptable. And if the administration asks you any further questions about what your views are, don't tell them anything.
Yeah, because one thing is to stand up for yourself, but also you also have to do sort of like your diligence. You have to think strategically about how you're behaving. For example, you won't stand for yourself when you know you're surrounded by idiots. There's no point in talking to them. So,
Or you could do what I do and give them hell every goddamn second. That's what I did.
I like your approach too.
I'll admit it might be my immaturity and youth talking, but I'm going to go with MrCropper on that one.
What, politics in school, Brandon?
I was in my sociology class. Just if I disagreed with him, I would raise my hand just to let him know I was about to interrupt, and then I would interrupt.
So that was in university by that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe in your.
Now, in high school, I had a weird experience in high school. I was in a little podunk high school, and I was probably one of the smartest students in the school. Certainly, like, with ability to talk and communicate, I was the smartest. Like, there were math geeks and stuff. So I had a lot of respect in this little podunk school, and I actually got D and C grades in some classes because I knew I didn't have to do the work, and the teachers just gave me A's because you can't give Brandon anything less than an A. So I got A's.
Hey, I'll admit I'm a little jealous. Well, the main reason I get in trouble with school is because I very much do try to find the people who are struggling but are rational, intelligent, and good people, and I help them in whatever way I can, not out of some altruistic belief that I have to suffer for them, but because I believe if I could even make one more person an objectivist who's willing to fight and stand up and fight for their beliefs, I'd be willing to keep doing what I've been doing for the next 10, 20 years if I could just do it once. Because, my principles mean pretty much everything to me. Because, again, not going to get into details, but I very recently came close to pretty much losing everything, and it was just standing by my principles and refusing to give in that allowed me to come out on top in the end. And now I'm at a stage where I have basically everything I want in life, and I'm genuinely happy for the first time in forever, really.
Oh, well, that's good. I didn't think it was going to end out. I guess it did end up well.
Yeah, it ended up pretty much perfectly.
Do you say because of objectivism or
Yeah,
other
absolutely, because of objectivism, without a doubt. Because the main thing that happened is objectivism just has made me smarter in general. Because I mean, let's say you have the math problem: 2x plus 30 equals 40. Now that math problem, and just to give a basic example, is pretty much impossible to solve if you don't, at least on some level, accept the basic premises of objectivism, that being reality is real, reason is man's way of navigating reality, all that stuff. And once you get to the more complicated aspects of objectivism, that just makes you smarter and smarter and smarter, to the point where let's just say I relate to the line, "I'm surrounded by idiots." I forget what movie that's from, but
Well,
I just feel that
it
all
may
the
feel
time.
that way, but like, I mean, I don't think it really helps you with the math. I understand that philosophically it's, it may be based on it, but I don't think your brain's going through that. It doesn't really help you with the math problem or any of the other
Yeah,
stuff.
it's sort of a metaphor or an example that I was using. It's, yeah. There's actually you go first.
Yeah. So yeah, I sort of agree with you, because I think if you're an objectivist, you have a mathematician's mind, because you embrace reason, you embrace reality,
I think more likely to be a critical thinker. That's how you arrived there or discovered or whatnot. But all this, seeing all these ridiculous thinkings around me, it really doesn't seem to help my personal life that much. It makes things just feel incredibly unfair when those people get ahead, and I don't seem to. So that's all.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, just how irrational and the kind of things people believe, or even if it's just work and dishonesty and dishonest business practices and some people getting ahead, or even if it's intelligence in other areas that have, are very economically rewarded. It's very frustrating to say, yeah, I really think I'm quite intelligent, but I haven't quite cracked the puzzle of my success in so many ways.
Well,
I think
a little advice I would give you is just be completely uncompromising. If you run into a problem, you say, "Screw it, I'm going to solve it," or I'm going to fail trying. And just, I mean, the advice I would give is, I was in a really bad place only a couple months ago, but I said, "Screw it. If I give up, I'm never going to forgive myself." So I just kept going ahead until either the problem was solved or it became completely impossible to solve within reality, and I ended up solving it. That absolutely does not work all the time, but I find that it works almost all the time.
I think that
Brandon was trying to say something a couple times there.
There's an interesting point that Eric Weinstein, I recently heard on his podcast with Peter Thiel, was talking about this, that in the colleges, in the universities, he said it seems like anybody who steps outside of their specialized field is immediately shut down, can't get published, and is out of the circle of good people. And you either stay extremely narrow within your field, or else you're not in polite company. You're a very rude person. And thinks the reason for that is because if you can go into the next field, and you know what, anybody who comments on the next field, they say, "What do you know about this? It's not your field."
Mm-hmm.
And he says if people can go into the next field and then the one over there and then the next one, then they can start to see things that are going on. The
big picture.
Yeah. And he says that those are dangerous people. And he thinks that's the reason for this laser focus. And the way he sees it, I didn't know it was this bad. The way he sees it is you cannot be interested in anything besides your own field, or else you're not a serious thinker. You don't take your own field seriously. And that's how they ad hominem people right out the door. if you have any interests in anything besides a very narrow focus, and you can't even try to integrate things, right? Because that's what integration is taking two or more.
Yeah.
That reminds me of when I go to the doctor's office. Often when I'm bringing up a lot of technical things, a lot of times the doctor doesn't even know, or maybe it's the assistant or nurse practitioner or whatever. And often they'll ask me, this is not exactly what you're saying, but it triggered this thought. They'll ask me, what do you do? And I normally answer everything. And that just blows it. Like, they're like, whoa. And I say I'm a polymath, or I do everything. And that's why I just have a little bit of something.
Well,
yeah,
I'm
that is how.
Okay, here. You go first, Finn.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, as Mr. Apple was saying, that is how science works. You get information from a lot of fields, to arrive a conclusion. It's not a narrow vision, to when you're dealing with science. And there's also a saying that says, you shouldn't worry about what other people do. You should worry about what you're doing and how your path. For example, there's a saying that says that if you're surrounded by flies, you're not exactly popular. So you do what you have to do, and that's it.
Well,
they also can control people better if they can kick them out of the funding and whatnot if they stay in the little lane. But when somebody from another area, they can criticize, they don't have control over them. They can't cut off their funding as well and stuff. So there's that as well.
An example from my that I have of MrCropper being correct on this is I recently got back in contact with an old friend, and I just gave them the gist of what I do now. I go fishing. I take care of my animals. I'm working on writing some books and some movie scripts. I have an actual job, groundskeeping at a church. Yes, I do work at a church. My friends don't believe me either. And I also take care of the woods in my backyard because the local government is too lazy to do it. And they actually have been trying to stop me from taking care of the woods that they stole from somebody who privately owned them and are now not taking care of it. Pricks. But my friend said that it's amazing that I'm able to do all of those things. That's 6 things that I'm able to do in pretty much over the span of a week. I would say I work on every one of those 6 things. And people find it amazing that I'm able to do all that much. It's really not that difficult.
Sounds pretty good. Yeah. Keeping yourself productive.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the job at the church doesn't involve anything religious. You're just
no. I'm a groundskeeper. I spray weeds and pull vines off of fences for about $2 or for about 2 hours a day. And that's it.
If I was 16 again and I could have do it over, what I'd be doing is trying not to focus too much on school or wear myself out that, and then after school actually studying things that I could use to get into the marketplace, because I was just I just spent all my energy trying to get the grades and do all the high school so I could get into the university, and then all the university, and then I get to the end of the university and I had no skills that were marketable, even though it was very difficult.
I took your advice, sort of. I just did philosophy and what I was interested in, and all of the teachers said, well, can't give Brandon a bad grade because he's obviously not a dummy. So it worked.
University. I was afraid to I was afraid to major in philosophy in university. About a year in or so, I started becoming interested in it a little bit. But I used the high-speed internet at the time. That was the only place you could get it, was at the university. And I watched all the videos at the Ayn Rand website back then, which were a bunch of flash videos and audio from Yaron Brook and other people. So I just plowed through all that. And so I guess at least I got that out of it. But I thought I chose the good major. I tried to choose a hard major. I chose computer science, but really it's not very useful. That is my major too.
computer
What's that?
science.
You did that
Computer,
too? Did you already
and now
do it, or are you currently in that?
I've done it. And right now I work as a web developer.
Web developer. Okay. So well, the thing was, I was studying web stuff when I was 16 or 17 or something, getting ready to go to university. But I stopped all that when I went to university because I just didn't have any time. And then when I got out, I didn't have any. So computer science, it's not, especially when I went, it's not software development, and it's not information technology. It's a bunch of academic research stuff, really. It's not really used in the industry. So that was a complete waste of time from age 16 to 23.
So you study more electronics than anything else?
No, I mean, I studied computer science. It's not electronics, but the point is, it's like, it's a computer science. I mean, unless you want to be a computer scientist, which is somebody who actually develops new algorithms and things it's very small market.
For programmers, yes.
That makes me happy to think that they are producing degrees that are useless, because then people are going to have to go to some private college or school to actually get a useful degree.
Well, right. So this is what I'm excited about, is the idea that I want to try to help people skip over university and get the skills through other means, and maybe even the job placement. I find it very interesting how they do the vocational education and training system in Switzerland, for example. At like age 15 or 16, they start them, and very few people go to university.
Very nice. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to end up being. It's just private accreditation of some kind or another.
Well, actually, recently, I'm somebody who loves movies, and I'm hoping to work in movies, although I'm going to stay as far away from Hollywood as I can because they're a bunch of degenerate pricks. But I was talking to somebody about a movie I'm writing called Travelers. It's going to be a really difficult thing to write because it's about time travel. I'm trying to not have any plot holes in it. But somebody suggested to me that I take a writing class at a university, and I laughed in their face. Because, I'm not going to say that universities are totally useless.
I will.
But I would absolutely say that a writing degree is totally useless. I mean, obviously, if I want to make movies, I'm not going to be able to, make an entire production on my own. But if I see that somebody has a writing degree at a university, I will refuse to hire them, because writing is absolutely something that you should figure out on your own. If you can't figure it out on your own, that's because you're a shit writer. And if you're taught it at a university, honestly, that's one of the things that I think has led to our crappy movie industry right now, is that if you're taught it at a university, you'll be taught the same thing that everybody else is taught, when everybody has a different writing style. For instance, my writing style is very much towards redemption stories of people who start out as irrational morons and learn to become far more skilled and intelligent, and usually a couple people die along the way, but that's just because I also like action stories. But the main problem I have with university is the way that everybody is taught the same things. And it's, again, especially a massive problem in art, because people don't all need to be taught the same things. For instance, I write all my scripts on Google Docs. Some people who have never written on Google Docs would need to learn to use it. But a class on script writing that teaches you how to write in Google Docs is entirely useless for me, but might be very useful for somebody else, because I find it to be very valuable for writing scripts, given the specific tools it has. So that's why I just support not even private universities, just people having a passion and figuring it out on their own.
Well, I was scared to going into the universities just because I knew, I felt like I wasn't learning anything, and I really hated it. Nothing practical. I could tell that, but I was just so scared that if I didn't have the credential, no one would hire me. But the issue is that took all of my energy, so I really had no additional energy to actually spend time learning anything that I could use that I knew the employers would want. And I guess I didn't really know what they wanted exactly. I just knew what the university was teaching me wasn't useful.
And universities are not even supposed to be like that. In the 1700s, even in the 1800s, the universities weren't for everyone. It was universities were places where people would go to explore their their ideas, share their ideas, their scientific ideas and stuff.
Okay, right.
But that has changed nowadays. Universities are better versions of high school.
Well, it was a way.
know.
It wasn't even education, and I don't think for the most part high school is even much education. It's more. It's getting prestige. It's getting marks of prestige. I mean, I think it's past about age 14. Most of what you're learning is not really necessary. Even
Yeah,
the
it's
George, yeah,
a lot of filler.
right. A
Yeah.
lot of, yeah.
I mean, again, as somebody who is in high school right now, it's pretty much all useless. I do work incredibly hard at school, but that's simply so that I can get this prestige, so that I can get power, so that
Right.
I can, protect, as weird as this sounds, so that I can protect myself and the people I care about from the system by getting power within it.
But do you
And
intend?
if I weren't interested in doing that, I would just flunk all of my classes and spend my nights writing, because that's what I'm good at. I'm not good at just filling out useless worksheets, because that's actually pretty much all of what we do in public schools nowadays. Is the teacher gives you maybe a 5-minute presentation on something, and then they give you a really big worksheet and they say, "Good luck."
Do you intend to go to university?
I do intend to go to university, yes. I don't want to. I know I'm going to hate every minute of it, but
And
I...
you want to pursue movies as a career, you say? Like a
Yes,
writer?
although, again, I will not go to a writing class. I'll probably do something... I'll probably go to university for something that's sort of like in the middle. One thing that I'm kind of interested in is a zoology course, because that I am at least slightly interested in. I love animals. I'm not an environmentalist, but I mean, again, I have over 76 pets that I take care of personally out of my own money. So I'm thinking about just doing a zoology course so that I have the college degree, that I have the prestige.
You don't even necessarily. Well, the problem is even the value of that prestige is really disappearing, and a lot of these new at least in the technical jobs, very few of them now say degree required, and they're asking for the skills. So if you graduate, especially in my case, I have the degree, I don't have any of the skills. So
and experience too, right?
well, right, or experience, right? So if you're working, so if instead of going to university, you get that low entry level job, you could have experience and skills, and you don't have to pay them. Whereas I went to university and I had to pay. I got no skills and no experience.
Yeah, if the idiotic stigma around college being this amazing thing that everyone needs to go to is gone by the time I am a senior in high school, I'm not going to university.
It actually might. Well, it might already be gone from the employers. What I would do is, I'm a little, I don't know if, like you said, you want to go into writing, but then you don't want to do Hollywood. So who is doing that? Where is that?
I'm hoping to start my own production company. Honestly, I will start out with the sort of lower scale movies I have planned, like Traveler, or another one I'm planning is a movie that's like a very loose interpretation of what's happened to me, that's sort of an interesting dramatic critique of religion, and sort of do that with quality movies, try to increase my fame, try to get some big company to notice me, and then I walk in, I say, I can make you movies that will make you a lot of money, and I will do this on the one condition that I get complete creative control. Now, the one thing is, I don't really care if I get paid for the movies I make, because writing is my passion. I'm perfectly willing to work some crappy side job as an electrician or a plumber to pay for the movies. And that's one thing that I hate people complaining about, is that they don't have enough money. As long as you've got enough money to survive, you should be using whatever money you have to go after your passion, and then that's what makes you happy. And then you work your crappy job to keep yourself happy, keep yourself in a position where you can survive.
Well,
And,
the problem for me is I don't think I could. I don't know. Maybe I could do that. I don't know if I'd be able to work my passion without the time if I'm doing my day job, but maybe you could. You know, you're saying do it on the side. What?
It's hard. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
You know, to work a 9 to 5 job and then work on a side project. You know, it's possible, but
it's incredibly difficult. Again, I have to do school and homework during the school year. I mean, right now during summer break, I don't, except for the bloody summer assignments, but those aren't that difficult and they don't count for much either. But, even during the school year, one thing that I do is I try to maximize the amount of time I spend awake.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, I have sleep apnea. I'm supposed to get 10 hours of sleep a night. I get 7 because I choose to. I say, well, there's not enough time in the day for me to do everything I want to, so I'm going to make more time in the day. And I'm perfectly aware that my doing this is probably going to shorten my lifespan by about 1 to 3 years.
And you couldn't find the cause of the sleep apnea?
It's the same cause as pretty much everything else. I have a CPAP machine. It keeps me from dying in my sleep, but even with the CPAP machine, you're supposed to get 10 hours of sleep a night, and I say no.
Is it a dysautonomia that's causing it, or is it a...
I don't know the technical terms. I just know that I'm supposed to use a CPAP machine, and that it makes me tired. That's pretty much my knowledge of it.
Can you sleep 8 hours?
Can I sleep 8 hours? No, with sleep apnea... you are supposed to get 10 hours of sleep every single night.
Okay.
I wake up, I sleep from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And when I wake up at 6 a.m., I make a cup of coffee. Then I make another cup of coffee. And then, just to give myself one final jolt, I will eat a ghost pepper. And after that, I'm pretty much awake for the entire day.
Well, that is not so bad because it's close to 8 hours, and I think the minimum that you should sleep is are 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the minimum for normal people, but with sleep apnea, it does change. So, yeah.
With the movie production, it's interesting you talk about that, because there was a times I've thought I might want to do. I have had some ideas of something like that, but I was trying to work on a method to create a new medium where it would be lower cost and higher quality, because sort of, obviously live action's expensive, animation's expensive. So I'm trying to think, how can I create something that would have impact and would be appealing, but not cost as much. And I did have some ideas, or an idea how to do that. But it was
on animation.
What's that?
On animation, your idea?
Well, my idea was to use like still illustrations, but with very powerful music. And I think that might achieve a sweet spot where you could have a good production quality with not a lot of cost, and it would be. And I think that all these illustrators out there, especially on what are they on, Instagram or whatnot? What are they doing? What are they doing? Like, who are they selling this stuff to? There's all these, and they're doing still illustrations. They're not animators. So I thought of tapping into them. And then for the music is highly impactful emotion if you license good music.
Well, one thing that I actually, one example that came to mind, I don't think any of you have watched this because none of you are my age, and this is a very new thing, is a show called Attack on Titan. It's a show where its first season is pretty bad, second season is really good, and what just ended was the 4th season. And in the 4th season, there's a very intense moment where there's one really dangerous enemy who just basically it's a show focused on a military of sorts, and this creature has just destroyed pretty much all of their military. And pretty much the most impactful moment, not only of that show, or not only of that episode, but of that show entirely, is there's a character who wants to survive this battle so that they can go find out a mystery they've been looking for. And there's one shot of that character just sitting on a thing, waiting to make a decision, and one of the other characters there's really powerful music behind it, like you mentioned, and one of the other characters says, "Give up on your dreams and die. Send those kids straight into hell." And that moment, it's a still image, and it just sends shivers down your spine. But the main problem with doing just that is that right after that sequence, there's still a couple more still images of the recruits that are going to be sent into battle and eventually killed off. But afterwards, there's the guy who told the person who had the still image of them is named Ervin, and the person who told them to give up on their dreams and die is Levi, and Levi is basically this god-level soldier. That's literally the way the show describes them. And after the recruits are sent straight into hell, pretty much everybody dies, and Levi is the last one standing. There is this beautifully animated fight between him and this creature where he basically cuts the arm into a ton of different pieces, cuts the eyes out, cuts out the knees, and rips the person controlling the monster straight out of its neck and shoves a blade through their face. But, so, I mean, the main problem with that, just from my personal perspective as somebody who consumes a lot of media, is the still images. What I think would work insanely well for that is mostly still images with just like maybe for, I'd say, 10 or 15% of the show, this just beautifully fluid animation for like hardcore action scenes.
Okay. Someone's making noise. Okay. And how, from a budget, from a production and keeping costs down, I mean, where do you think would be the sweet spot on that? I mean, would these, so maybe combine, would it be like a few clips of short animation though? I mean, maybe that would be a better idea, or?
Well, I'm trying to think of a common example.
Because I'm trying to think of a strategic way to keep costs down and make something. So you don't have to raise lots of money to make something, start something like this, like start a startup or something. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay, let me give an example. Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
The live action movies, yeah.
The live action movies, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You have? Okay.
Yeah.
So just sort of imagine that animated. So to give the example, let's go with the best of the Lord of the Rings movies, The Two Towers, where you have the whole, let's take the Battle of Helm's Deep. Let's say it's mostly comprised of these still shots of, the orcs getting into Helm's Deep, shooting stuff. And then you've got, and then there's a hard cut to a still of, Gandalf at the top of the hill. And then it just cuts into this animated thing of pure moving animation of Gandalf charging down into the army of orcs and just killing all of them. And then it goes back to the still. So you sort of have those singular moments where the audience is just in complete awe of what they're witnessing. And then you go back to the normal stills.
Use it for action.
Yeah, use it sparingly but well.
But the question is, so why are you using stills to begin with at all then? Are you trying to save money like what I'm saying, or what?
To save money, yeah.
So you're saving money, but are you bringing it down to a low enough cost where somebody could easily fund something to, like, even then it might, like, for even let's say like the very first production you're going to make, like, and you need money, right, to make it. I mean, I guess you were trying to pitch the idea to some studio or something, where I guess you'd be selling it to them like a publisher, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that's where your money was going to come from.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess the question is, how much money are you going to save? And will that make it easier for you to get it published? That would be the question. And how much benefit is it going to? Is it going to be like super better animation than a regular animation would be for those clips, though? And maybe that would cancel it out, the cost savings?
The clip, like the singular clips of animation would probably be... I mean, what animated stuff have you seen? Because I've seen a lot of it, but if it's not an example you'd be familiar with, it doesn't really work.
I mean, there's like modern day anime, but then if there's like the really old animation from decades ago or at least the drawing was better. I think it had better animation too.
What modern day anime have you seen?
I saw Full Metal Alchemist anime. I watch Dragon Ball also.
Okay, I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist. I did see Dragon Ball when I was younger, although I have seen some clips of it.
Like
but
the
yeah,
newer
the fully animated clips would definitely be above. Dragon Ball Z Kai is the only one I'm even remotely familiar with, although I know that was made a long time ago, I think.
All right, get it under control. You can't do anime. Get it under control here.
Yeah, we're trying to strategize about his production for...
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine until it went on anime for more than about 7 seconds there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But while I remember the Super Fin guy, I wanted to ask you, what web development type do you use? Do you do front end, and what's the framework? I just want to know quick because I'm considering what to get into.
Well, it's in e-commerce. I develop stores or web applications for companies.
But do you use like JavaScript? Do you do front end, and like do you do framework?
We use front ends and back offices, and we use mainly PHP or JavaScript.
What are you doing? What are you doing personally?
Well, personally, you mean my daily work, my day work?
What part of web development are you doing? Just you, not the whole shop.
Well, usually I do PHP web development.
And did the university prepare you for that, or did you study that on your own, or what?
Well, I studied PHP and JavaScript and Python, C++, C, but mostly of my techniques that I use on my work are basically my own. I usually don't use the techniques that I was taught.
Okay. All right. Just curious. Thanks.
Yeah. What about you? What's your field of choice in computer engineering?
It wasn't computer. I was doing sort of cross between some technical, some business stuff. I've done 3 or 4 different things. Some of it was more like an analyst for like requirements for computer stuff. Sometimes it was testing stuff and configuring stuff, but none of it was particularly very specialized or advanced where it would pay super well, and it was jumping around. So I haven't really stuck with anything, and I've had a hard time picking a focus. And a lot of the employers weren't very honest with me about what the job was. They was bait and switch, and it made it very difficult. So
your job is more like a manager, right?
No, I really wouldn't say so. But I was considering maybe getting into cloud stuff, like cloud engineering, or maybe web development. But the thing is, I'd almost be like starting from like a junior entry level at this point, because
I think that's what most people do. You start as an intern, and then you go to
but I'm not. I mean, I'm over 10 years out of university at this point, so I want to avoid just doesn't sound that good to be starting as a junior or something.
Yeah. Or like, for example, I work my day job as a web developer, but I have side projects that I do as well. And that is a good way to enter the market. You develop something, and then you look for a buyer or for customers.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah, I know. I've thought of the whole freelancer, all kinds of different things, but it's hard to see where those customers would come from.
Yeah,
But
yeah, it's easier said than done. Yeah.
yeah. So, well, it's almost midnight here, so
Yeah, here is here it's almost midnight too.
oh, okay.
Yep, I'm at 10:55 where I live. I'm Central Illinois.
Central. Are you Central, Brandon?
Eastern in Connecticut.
Oh, you're Eastern. Oh, that's right. You're Connecticut. I kept thinking you were Midwest or something like Ohio, but no. Okay.
From Utah.
Yeah, he's from Utah. Yeah.
You were Utah before?
Yeah, that's where I used to live. That's where I was born and raised.
Okay. I remember you talking about going to work at a restaurant, like kind of like the last time that I kind of remember you picking off with your, like you were going to partner with some guy for a restaurant, but we never heard what happened after that. But
I
who
lost
knows?
a moderate amount of money, and I think he was just trying to scam people out of money. So I gave him a down payment on the restaurant and ran it for a couple of weeks, and then he wanted more money, or else he's got another guy who's going to give him a check. And he was in the restaurant yelling at customers and yelling at the cooks, and I just took everything one night and left.
Okay, so you didn't pursue that very far.
Oh no, and then after it happened, my landlord, I moved out of that city, and my landlord called me a couple months later, and he said, "Hey, just to let you know, he did the same thing to the next guy after you."
He tried to get the guy to invest in his business?
Yeah, he gets a check, he gets a down payment, and without a contract. We signed a contract that said after 6 weeks, we're not going to give you another penny unless, and you know, so this isn't a first payment of any kind. This is a one-time payment. We both understood that. And then in the meantime, he blows up and makes everything impossible.
Wow.
So that's what happened. I went to a lawyer. I says, "What should we do?" And he says, "Well, you've definitely got grounds for a suit, but it's going to cost you at least 3 times as much to file the papers as you lost. So you better not cry about it and learn your lesson and go on in life."
Exactly. I mean, the same thing happened to me once with a doctor that charged me for all this stuff that wasn't supposed to. And I went to a lawyer and he's like, "Yeah, but it's going to cost way more to sue him than how much it is. So there's essentially nothing you can do about it."
Yep.
That's the problem with civil matters. It's easy to scam people through civil matters when there's no violence involved.
Yeah.
So the lawyer told you that his fees would be much more than the.
Yeah, he said to do a basic lawsuit like this, you're looking at 10 or 15,000 or something like that to get the witnesses and stuff and all this. So, and I had lost somewhere in the neighborhood of 5. So
I think the lawyers like it if you'd lost at least 100 or something, because then it's yeah.
And plus, he was like, "Does the guy even have money? Like, why did he cheat you out of this money? Is it because he needs, 5,000 here and there to keep his shit going? Or just like, if he's got hundreds of thousands, then sure, sue the shit out of him. But if he doesn't have any money, then what are you going to do? Sue him and get nothing?"
Well, that's the other issue. Yeah.
So, like, is he solvent? Yeah, he's driving new vehicles. His wife's got a new vehicle. They live in a big house. But how much of that is going to be gone next week if he doesn't make his payments?
They could force. Oh, yeah. So they can't even force him to pay to sell his assets because
he doesn't own them.
He doesn't own them.
Yeah, because he's that on the edge of, he's big money, except tomorrow he won't be, type of thing. So
right,
right on the edge, and he owned things all over the valley, car washes and
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, little small change things, where you can take $1 and make 5 or something like that. So
you might be. Did you notice about 2 months ago the Van Damme Academy documentary came out? You might be interested in that. It finally came out.
It finally came out. I was waiting for it. Yeah,
it was years.
Yeah,
it was a good one.
I
watched it.
Yeah, it was mostly about the kids and and how they spend their days at the school. Yeah, it was interesting.
Another thing on education you might be interested in is it's the George Mason professor that wrote a book on education. It was mostly about universities, but he talks about K through 12 too, and he's got tons of interviews. He's done with Reason and other people, like Reason TV and whatnot. But he says that even from most of our school that what you primarily need is numeracy and literacy, and the other stuff they give them is really they don't do it well, and it's also nowhere near as useful as the literacy and numeracy, which is the core that they really need to focus on.
Yeah.
I found that interesting.
That's what I would say too. I would say to people who who have kids and you don't want them to go through the crappy schools, I would say just teach them to read and write at home and teach them as much as you can. Just get some books on history, get some books on math. Just teach them as much as you can. You'll do far better than the public schools. It's not that hard. It's not that big of a deal. And just start exploring it and start teaching them. It's not that hard.
Well, if you're an adult and you don't have literacy and numeracy of a 14-year-old, then you've got problems. So
yeah,
you should be able to teach them, I would think. Well, I guess they say it's different. Maybe people think it's different to teach than it is to know, but I don't know.
If you start with a 4-year-old and teach them to read and do math, by the time they're 7, they'll be tired of you, and you can put them in a fairly good school of some kind and they can get along. But as long as no one can screw them up beyond the, if they can read and do math, then there's only a certain amount of damage that can be done.
Well, there's also must be, I would use curriculums too. I mean, there must be things out there you could, so you wouldn't have to do it totally on yourself if you couldn't remember, well, how do you start teaching? You start with the alphabet or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah, that was true. There are curriculums. Math-wise, I just had to make the system up myself. Everything was just a big bloated system of some bizarre kind, and I just had to deduce the proper way to do it myself. So I don't know how valuable the systems are.
With math, I think there might be some opportunities to teach a better way than you learned. I saw some of these videos of this guy, like the human calculator. And he's like, look, there's a much easier algorithm to add and multiply. And he shows you how to do it. And so like you could teach your kids these other, he said there's at least 6 ways to do the algorithm on paper, and they teach the worst one.
Yeah.
And he says, this is the best one. And he shows you. He's like, wow, that's amazing.
Like, for example, there's the Vedic way of multiplying and adding.
Okay. I didn't know is that with like the carry the number? Is that what they call that?
Well, it's basically you draw lines and you cross them.
Okay.
And that way you can do lots of calculation, multiplication, division. It's pretty interesting.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. It sounds like you're doing Roman numerals almost or something. I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't involve, like, it doesn't use numerals.
The geometry?
But yeah, it uses geometry. Yeah, exactly. It's the
like
Vedic system.
Okay. But you're doing, is there circles in that too, or just lines?
Just lines, and it's a very ingenious way of doing math.
Okay.
It's from ancient India. Yeah.
You remind me of something. I don't know if there's any connection. I was in a calculus class once in university, and like the brightest super student once got up and solved something using something like lines or circles, but it was something in calculus or some proof or something. I can't remember.
Involving geometry.
I don't know if it was geometry per se, but it was symbolic. It was like sort of like geometry. It wasn't your traditional geometry, but it had like lines and circles and some kind of theory,
like ratios and stuff like that with circles.
I think it had something to do with like the amount of time something crosses over, but it was not a geometric problem, but it was a way of representing the logic of something and translating it into, it was something we didn't even cover in the class, and he knew how to do it and solve it that way. Anyway, it's probably something different.
Yeah, the way my school has been teaching math recently is to put students in a group. Yeah, they do a lot of group activities in school, and I hate every one of them. And they have the students, they just basically give problems to the students and ask the students to solve them. And the teachers get very mad at me whenever we do these groups, not because I do bad at them. I'm actually pretty good at this, at just sort of being given a problem and figuring out how to solve it using the, in geometry specifically, they're called, I think, theorems, I believe. But because whenever I'm in a group activity, I'll just do the work on my own, And if I figure something out, I'm not going to tell the other people in my group. I'm just going to keep going with my own work. And the teachers get mad at me because I'm not helping the group and just... Actually, I've had several teachers get mad at me for being too selfish, which...
That's what you got to be. You got to all the time. Give them hell.
I posted a link to the guy is Brian Kaplan at George Mason. You may have heard him before. His book is called The Case Against Education.
Oh, huh.
He's got that's his book, but that's a video interview.
Okay, I'll add that to the growing list I have from this chat of videos I need to watch.
Did you find, I'm a little curious, Brandon, did you find any particular work that's somewhat fulfilling or just kind of paying the bills, or?
Just paying the bills. I'm actually looking for the first time. I'm thinking what to do because up until a couple of years ago, I was schooling my daughter and I didn't have the option or didn't want to take the option. I wanted to make sure she got a good education. So it's sort of the first time. She's 9 now. And over the next couple of years, I'm going to have all the free time. I can't really run. I don't want to run out the door right now and go on world tour or something. But in the next couple of years, I'm going to do something that's going to take up all my time and do a full-time thing. So until very recently, it's been her education. But she's in a good Montessori school now. And you were talking about, the voucher thing and stuff earlier.
Yeah.
And it's one of these charter schools like that. So it's not,
yeah. I'm very into that tax credit thing, and I knew about the Nevada. And Betsy DeVos, if you've heard of her before, she seems to be into that too, which impressed me. I just picked up on that, and I was like, I know.
Oh, really? No, I've been cheering that because I cheer everything great that Trump does. I cheered like a schoolboy the day they put her in. And I've been cheering everything that's happened ever since. Now, not a lot of it's going to go anywhere, but she's putting the tourniquet on everywhere she can. She says, we're going to do away with the unions in the schools.
That
doesn't go anywhere, right?
I mean, where I'd like to go is just getting rid of public schools entirely.
Yeah, that's where it has to go. They're going to rot from the inside. I mean, the school that I ran, the kids went there for a year, and then they were able to go back into the public schools, and they were several years ahead in reading and math in the public schools. So that's little schools like that all over the nation are going to make the public schools look stupid. And parents are going to learn that you've got to take your kid and put them in a small private school, at least for a couple of years at some point in their education, or else they won't be able to read and write.
Well, unluckily for me, both of my parents greatly respect the public school system, and my dad is actually a science teacher at the only other high school in my district. So I'm kind of screwed on that one.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
What I did learn, I've been studying the UK system as well, but it's required for them to have the the what is it, the middle school that's before the high school. It has to have a specialization, and you'll choose it. Like in the United States, we sometimes have what are called magnet schools, that sort of and stuff, but you don't have to go to a magnet school, and they're not always available everywhere. And I think when I was my age, as far as I knew, the only magnet school we had was an arts school. Like there was no science and technology one. But for them in the UK, it's pretty much standard. They do that. And did you also know that they pretty much finish their education at 16, or that's when their exit exam is at 16. And then the idea is that they go to, I just learned this recently. They call it college from 16 to 18, I think. I think I'm getting this right. And then if you choose to go beyond college, they call that university.
Yeah, I knew that 16 was sort of the age that they stopped, and I thought that they were pushing it up to 18, and that was a standard they were working towards.
I read that recently. I read that they just changed the law to make the mandatory education up to 18. So I think that's pretty new.
And the reason that we did that in America, they say, is to take those kids out of the workforce.
Could be.
I in Europe, that's the kind of the standard. You study till 16. I'm originally from Cape Verde. It's an ex Portuguese colony, and we basically have the same system. You know?
Okay.
Well, the
Well,
school that I went to
Mhm.
from kindergarten to 8th grade was called Garfield It was both a Montessori school and a magnet school. And I will say the Montessori education is definitely better than the normal education, but the main problem with it is it's very collectivist. It's almost entirely focused on the community of the school and making sure that everybody is treated equally, whether they deserve to be or not. And the one thing that especially pisses me off about the Montessori school that I went to now, didn't piss me off then because I believed in all of it, was they are incredibly environmentalist, and they constantly talk about how war is like they actually on the day, I remember it very clearly, on the day of Osama bin Laden's death, I believe it was at the time 2nd grade teacher gave the class an entire speech about how the death of Osama bin Laden is a sad moment because somebody was killed. So that's really the main problem I have with Montessori education, is that
That's pretty bad.
yeah, it very much
Wow.
gives into leftist ideology.
I mean, maybe in some small sense you could say it's sad in the sense that he chose that path, but I mean that's being pretty generous.
I mean, I'd have killed Osama bin Laden myself if I had the chance. Obviously not at that age, but now I would.
Yeah.
So those people, they can't distinguish of murder and self-defense,
Yes, exactly.
right?
I mean, there was actually somebody recently who I was considering taking some self-defense action against. It was one of my friends had an incredibly physically and mentally abusive father, and I was considering taking some physical action against that guy, but I've found a better strategy that well, it makes that guy suffer a hell of a lot more and gets me in a hell of a lot less trouble, so I'm going with that now.
Right. What is it? Can I ask?
What do you mean? I'd be perfectly willing to give specifics as long as it's not names, but
You found
Yeah,
different
no need for-
custody? You found a different somebody to take your custody for you?
oh no, I didn't find that person is not going to be into there. I couldn't get him into custody. What I'm going to do
No, I
is
mean to be your guardian, or you found a different guardian in your family
no,
or something.
they're still in the same parents' household, but I have partially because of I when I was in 7th, 8th grade and my freshman year, I was what I would describe as a Christian nihilist. And that gave me a talent to be able to destroy things and be able to destroy them from the inside, basically, to pretty much I can do what the modern left is trying to do with the mass immigration, except I can do it as just being me. And I used to use that ability in pretty negative ways. I would constantly violate people's free will to achieve my own nihilistic ends. But what I can do now that I sort of know how to use that skill is just I can infiltrate. What I'm hoping to do, and what I'm pretty much on my way to doing, is infiltrate this person's family structure and sort of take power away from their parents, especially their father, and just slowly chip away at it until I'm at a position where I can just take this person out of their parents' custody permanently.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not sure you can do that. Maybe you can. I don't know. but
I can, trust me. I'm good at
Wow.
sounds like it's some kind of legal planning or something.
it. Not legal, just purely, getting that person to trust me, because I'm very good at destroying things from my time as a nihilist. So
That sounds
But
pretty-
a minor's the guardian of whoever they're guardian is, and you have the only way you can change that is legally somehow, right?
Yeah, but I don't have any power to do that at the moment. Yeah, I'm trying to get more and more power, but yeah.
If you know what you're doing and you think it will work, you know, I think you should do it.
Yeah, I am a psychoanalyst. I don't know if you know what that means, but it's somebody who is able to really sort of predict people's actions. Like, sort of, the way I describe it is I'm able to see into somebody's subconscious. And I'm also a strategist, so I'm able to sort of manipulate their subconscious to do whatever I want. Now, I used to use that skill for nihilistic ends, to destroy things that shouldn't be destroyed, but again, now I know how to properly use it.
Yeah, that's much better than violence.
Are you an INTJ on the Myers-Briggs, or what are you guys? Have you ever?
I don't know what that means.
What's that? I heard somebody else. Is it Brandon or?
I laughed. Is that one of these new psychological tests? I've done a lot of those things.
It's not new. That's that one's old. That's just, yeah. Like the INTJs are. It wouldn't surprise me. Probably most of the objectivists or philosophy people will be INTJ most of the time. Or so INTJ. I mean, that's what I fall under. But that's generally the big picture person, the strategist person.
Oh yeah,
the conceptual person.
Yep.
They often list Ayn Rand as being an INTJ, but there's lots of variants, I'm sure.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm not entirely familiar with it. I'm gonna mute myself and pull it up just to make sure I know what you're talking about.
Brandon, for you though, I was thinking about history. Are you there though? You're there right now. I was thinking about history. I was watching the documentary with the Van Damme Academy, and they're listing off all the dates and whatnot. It got me thinking: would a good way to teach history be sort of, I don't know if the right word is iteratively, but like for the younger students, sort of go through the whole story of history, but at a higher level, but from beginning to end, and then as they get older, tell it again, but at maybe tell the story 3 times. I don't know, but spread out over the whole ages 6 to 14, however many times you can do it, but go in more detail. But as opposed to starting out at the very beginning in fine detail, going all the way to 14 and
that's hopeless. You got to do it in spiral method. You got to tell them the smallest amount you can, but you've got to tell them something about where the United States came from, even when they're young. You know,
so you wouldn't start from the beginning of history and try to go to the end of the history at a high level. You would start with something more relevant.
I would start with caveman. I would even start before that.
So you would start at the very beginning as possible.
Yes, but I would very, very quickly be up to the pyramids.
And modern day, you would try to as well get to modern day, right? The whole story.
Yeah, I would say the pyramids, Greece, Rome. You know, and get right, and then start over again and do more important bits of it in more detail after you've got to the end of the story. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you are thinking the same thing as me.
Yeah, that's exactly how I did it in my school.
How many times do you think you went from beginning to end?
Well, I didn't have the option to keep students for 8 or 10 years to test it out. So, but I think that by the time they're about 10 or 12 years old, they can start specializing in other stuff. They're not getting a basic education anymore. I think you should have most of it in there by the time of 10 or 12.
I was going to say 14, but I could see 12, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had them. I think you can get them doing really good stuff really early. I don't know how early you would start them on algebra, but I'm saying about 7.
What age do we normally do algebra?
10 or 12 or 14.
I think it was like 15 or something when
I know that I started algebra in 4th grade. I can tell you that.
4th grade?
Yes, 4th grade.
That doesn't sound like when I did it. That's not right.
That's pretty early. Why would you be in it so early, Mike?
I just was, I guess. My fourth grade teacher actually gave us algebra homework every day.
We don't use that much algebra for most. Well, the other thing is, if there's any way to make these teach these things in an applied context, that might be good or more useful. Not just more interesting, but more useful.
I tend to think that's really the only way you should really try to teach stuff is applied.
Well, then the question is try to find who out there is actually using algebra.
Well, the better way to do that is to teach where it came from and why it was invented and what they were trying to solve to invent it.
That might be okay. Well, that might answer part of that question right there.
Then you get to teach them not only algebra so they understand it, but you also get to teach them the history lesson at the same time, and you'd kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. And I think I kind of forget what that is, but I'm still interested in the idea of there must be professions out there that are actually using algebra more than the basics, where that would be a good way of actually applying it to make it more useful for their learning, I would think.
Or even in everyday life, use
Well,
algebra.
the only time I use algebra is when I'm doing a simple equation where I've got like the two variables, solve x, and I've got some like a ratio, and I want to know compared to some other ratio. But like, there's a lot more to algebra than that. I don't know if most people hardly ever need that.
Yeah, I don't think most people hardly ever need most of the stuff. It's true. We do definitely overeducate in math in some ways. Unfortunately, it's mostly floating nonsense. It's not real skills.
Yeah, and I forget it. I mean, I don't know, but that basic, I mean, I don't know how much I learned even. I don't remember what it was, but maybe it was solving multiple variables. I don't remember. Yeah.
Well, a good way to teach that stuff would be to teach the historical basis of it. And then if the child wants to study it further, they have the very first instance and they have knowledge of where it came from. And then whatever else you want to teach them on top of that. And they can learn from there, and they've got a solid base. So I think that's what I did when I introduced them about 8 or 9. We started on geometry, and we used Euclid's geometry. What was his 22 principles or whatever it was?
Oh, right. Well, they made us memorize the theorems and numbers and things. And I found that extremely difficult to memorize those theorem numbers for the proofs and whatnot in geometry.
We didn't make a religion out of it, but we absolutely went through every one of them and wrote it on the board and understood it and analyzed it in different ways. And it took us weeks to get through them all. So, but we didn't, what did you say? Memorize the theorems or something like that?
Yeah, we had to memorize. Well, I mean, there would be a test and you'd have to remember the rules and like, I think the number that went with them or something, but even the rules, like I couldn't remember all the rules to prove stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm
There's
talking
a lot of them.
I'm talking about to 8 or 9-year-olds. What if you were introduced to it at the age of 8 or 9? Would you be comfortable with it when you were 15 or 17?
Maybe, I don't know. They introduced us to around 14 or 15. I think it was in high school.
Yeah, and I don't know how well they did introducing it, but I think that's the best way to introduce these things is the historical method. And
makes sense.
A lot of we don't necessarily have to teach it to the extraordinary standards that they teach to today. Not only that, but if you use a textbook from 60 or 70 years ago, they teach to a lot higher standard 70 years ago.
Wow.
Today, so.
Well, what I think they do is they try to cover too much material, and I think it'd be more beneficial to cover less and maybe repeat it so it sticks, or maybe apply it.
Yeah, apply it or understand it or integrate it, make it usable somehow or something. Yeah, I remember math as being a lot of systems every day, 2 or 3 new systems, and I ask the teacher, what's this system for? Oh, I don't know. Just make sure you read the rules and then do the exercise. So,
wow, that's a killer right there, because I think you have to show the student the value, the practical value of what you're teaching. And if you say that, you're basically killing it.
But the schools aren't about education. It's about prestige, about getting to the next level and to the next level. and who can
Yeah.
get the top scores to, and then eventually getting to the best university, and then getting the prestige of that. And there's some education mixed in there, but
Well,
that is
I mean, modern
That's it.
schools have also partially become about indoctrination. My school actually had flyers last year everywhere asking people to join. I feel stupid even saying this. The Gay Straight Alliance. I'm not
Your-
making this up. It was
your high
a
school,
group. Huh?
your high school.
Yes, my high school. It was a group to recognize. I think I actually asked a couple questions about it, and it recognized the unlimited amount of genders.
Oh my.
It recognized gender as a concept, which gender as a concept is anti-rational. But yeah, the premise of the group, or the supposed goal, was to have straight people validate the existence of gay people. And I don't hate gay people, but if you need a straight guy to validate your existence, you are a pathetic human being. I mean, that would be like that is like the people who are just constantly begging, like the white people who are constantly begging black people, or who are constantly like pandering to black people so that they'll feel like they're not racist. If you're not racist, you have no reason to pander to black people. And if you're proud of being gay, you have no reason to join a gay straight alliance. It's just so pathetic, and it's collectivist, it's anti-rational. It just pissed me off.
Well, there's a lot of that stuff in companies and schools. I think you meant social construct, not concept, when you said gender is a. I think you meant something like a social construct, not. You didn't mean to say it's a concept. I could be wrong.
Maybe. I might have done that, yeah.
the SJWs. So the schools have gone all the way SJW.
Yeah.
So it's basically a nightmare now.
I mean,
You know, like for example, they have these new terms like gender neutral. Cis. What's cis?
cisgender,
Kind
yeah.
of.
I thought
Yeah,
this was
exactly.
I thought it was a joke because the first time I heard about it was on South Park, and Cartman was talking about it. I didn't know it was a real thing. I thought he
Yeah.
made it up.
Mm-hmm. I used to be like I said, I used to be a leftist Christian, so yeah, I know all about their terminology. There's actually one called what was it? I think it's called galaxy gender, where you identify
The galaxy.
as a random collection of particles.
Mm.
And it's so retarded, but that led to me and my friends calling each other galactic faggots. So we had fun with that one.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. We really have to be careful, or the country is in big trouble. If that's what the
I think Europe is in big trouble. I think that shit's gonna put Europe through the grinder. I don't think there's any saving them, but we're gonna learn a little bit from what happens over there.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and America is like the last hope for humanity, or else I think we're gonna lose our ways. We're going to enter into new dark age, So let's hope for the better.
Well, I mean, one country that is not terrible, I guess, would be the best way of putting it. At least from what I know, I don't know much, to be honest, about this subject, but Israel it's not great, certainly. Incredibly collectivist. But at least
Israel-
the citizens there are basically free.
Well, not really. They have an apartheid system there where they discriminate against Christians and Muslims. Like, Israel is not what it's taught in the media.
Hmm.
They have, for example, it's illegal for a non-Jew to marry a Jew in Israel.
Oh, you're right. I
Yeah,
know
I did
there's
know about
there's
that.
marriage things. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have walls. So
But-
Israel and in Judaism, actually, at one time I wanted to talk about Judaism and Zionism in.
Well,
you know, in-
since you're talking to people that are objectivists, I mean, I myself, I've listened to quite a bit of Elon Jorno, for example, so I'm quite familiar and generally agree with him and Yaron Brook when it comes to Israel.
okay,
so-
okay. But I have to tell you, there's a lot that those guys don't tell you. Those guys that talk in favor of Israel at Ari, because like 70, like I think it was 70% of Israelis believe they are God's chosen people.
Well,
And in Israel, what I was going to say, so I kind of lost my train of thought. But in Israel, you cannot join Judaism. You are born Jewish. Like
sure.
they don't accept like people from other ethnicities. You have to be Jewish to join.
Well, but
And-
the people that the objectivists that talk about this, I mean, what they do is they're comparing the conflict. They're not saying they acknowledge. I think they acknowledge pretty much all these problems that you're bringing up. What they're talking about is the standard of the conflict and what the enemies are trying to establish versus what Israel already has established, and judging accordingly.
Like the conflict with Palestine, right?
Right, the Palestinian movement. So Elon Jorno has his new book, What Justice Demands, for example, which I'm familiar with his arguments in there. Why he says Israel is the moral party.
I never heard Jorno talk about the problems of Israel. Never heard him.
I would like
He does.
to apply that to Trump. Who's the moral party in Trump versus Hillary or Trump versus Tlaib or something like that? I wonder if they could push their ideas that far.
Yeah,
It's obviously Trump in that case.
but they have to pander to the left. So
You'd think
Oh,
so.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, they do say, I think in Yaron and whatnot, they do say you sometimes can do play the game of the lesser evil because you're just trying to buy time or whatever.
Hmm.
So, in that sense, they could say they would probably agree with you.
So they don't seem to. Amy Peacock doesn't seem to think that Trump's the lesser of two evils. They say if Trump,
Really? Oh yeah.
then you're left holding an empty bag.
I'm surprised. Maybe it's partially psychology, but for some reason Trump does not. I don't know if the word is trigger, but he does not elicit a visceral emotion reaction from me from the way like typically the left does, like Hillary or not. Even there wasn't that much from her, but like I don't feel an emotional reaction even if I don't think he's good. Whereas I do the people, I think Yaron and even people on the left, they seem to get some kind of I don't understand why people will get the bad reaction from him, even if he's bad.
I wonder how much of it is virtue signaling. I'm not sure.
Well, with the left, a lot of it, there seems to be something psychological. I don't know if it's just personality or if it's not just political ideology. There's something like psychological about the way he acts where it's triggering something in their development, in their brain.
Because he's not kowtowed, he's not subservient and beholden to their bullshit.
Yeah, it could be that, but I think it's also the not being the polite. Like I think some of these people, they don't do well with like political correctness is sort of part of their psychology more than just their ideology.
Right. He's arrogant in a philosophically offensive way to them.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, like I don't like the thing is, I mean, I don't like obnoxious people, and I don't like, but Trump does not elicit any reaction like that from me. So
I actually think he's funny. I like him, and I don't think he's that bad. Once in a while, he says stuff, and I hit my forehead, and I go, "Oh, okay, I know why he's doing that. He's doing that to annoy the left." you know. So
Either that, or he's just inconsistent, or he's just saying random stuff. But
once in a while, I think he stabs at him because he knows it's going to bug him.
well, okay, yeah. I think I might have seen some of that too. The sarcasm. Oh, like recently, you shouldn't say stuff like that. It's racist, very racist, or something. Said that when
that's great. He says,
something.
he says, I don't call it. I don't call it fake news anymore. Now I call it very fake news.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I heed the warnings of not falling in love with this guy. Because it lessens it makes us lose. I think when you do thinking he's greater than he is, or giving him too much homage, it makes us lose target of what we're after. And I somehow sense that that happens with even people in the objectivist community, or maybe something similar to that.
Yeah, let's keep on discussing our greater goals and not accept Trump as the great emperor. I mean, but the thing about that is, don't worry, he's going to be gone in a few years. So,
right.
Don't worry about that. It's not going to be a problem.
I hope to hell he wins the 2020 election for two reasons mostly. One, I hope so much that he beats Elizabeth Warren specifically, partially because she's very popular, because she's the Democratic Socialist, so I would love to see the Socialists take a loss. Also, because it would be so funny if, I mean, we all know how they reacted the first time Trump won. It would just be so funny to me if they lost again. And one thing that actually me and my friend were talking about earlier was if Trump's inauguration speech next time was just to get to the microphone and say, grab Pocahontas by the pussy, and just walk off.
Now, see, that would be going way too much. That I think that would be wrong. That would definitely be wrong. See, this is the part about playing into your emotions too much as well. You have to be.
Yeah, I'll admit that.
I myself, I was a Trump supporter. I was a Trump fan,
Mm-hmm.
and I was happy when he won in 2016. But now I'm not a fan anymore, because a lot of the things that he was saying, he said them because he wanted to get elected. Nowadays, he's saying the absolute opposite of what he was saying. You know, so as far as I'm concerned, I think he's a liar. But he said lots of things, like he said that he was going to stop the war in Syria. He said he was going to build a wall, and he didn't.
Well,
and other things.
I think he
Like,
tried to
I
build
think,
the wall, or did he? Did he do anything where he didn't try to build it, or was he stopped? I don't even know.
yeah, he's not talking about it anymore.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
he tried to build it a couple times, and then he gave in to peer pressure far too quickly, I think.
I don't know. That's a question, though. How important is the wall, or how important is?
I mean, one thing I would say is, regardless of whether or not the wall will work or not, if Trump gets actual progress made on building it before the 2020 elections, I would say he has a very slim chance of losing. So even if the wall is a complete waste of money, helps nothing, it is absolutely within Trump's best interest to build the wall, even if it means, it means the Democrats never work with him on anything ever again. It is absolutely in his best interest to build the wall.
The wall's also poorly defined. I mean, it could mean any set of walls or barriers or things somewhere along the border as needed.
Yeah, if I take Orwell seriously, then once we get the wall, we're immediately going to be trying to escape over it.
Do you think the wall thing seems kind of not good, or not a particularly valuable, maybe?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like, what do we have to fear from people who come here? We're all armed. America's an armed camp.
Yeah.
So what do we have to fear? They fear us, right? Every country in the world had better fear Americans, because when we go there, we spread sedition and we destroy their governments and we destroy their cultures.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Yaron said. What did he say about the wall? He's like, well, at least as far as it goes to national defense, like attack the country or whatever, don't build a wall. That's like being afraid. But it goes beyond just national defense. If you're just talking about, like, I don't know, Latin America or something. Like,
yeah, and especially if we're paying $20,000 for every immigrant that arrives here, which we do. We hand them a medical card and a house and pay their bills and give them food stamps. And they all go to the dentist and the doctors and get all these things for free, absolutely for free. The government pays for that. As long as we're paying a gargantuan amount for every single one of them that arrives here, we do not want to allow an enormous army of them. I think that's obvious. That's anybody who doesn't agree with that's ridiculous and silly.
Yeah.
But how many are coming across, and is a wall a good idea, or increasing border security, and what's the priority, and how much to spend, and all of that?
I mean, one thing that I frankly would support is the concept of a disproportionate response is very much frowned upon. And I think America should absolutely embrace the concept of a disproportionate response. So to Mexico, Trump should basically say, okay, you're going to get your own country's people under control, or we're going to get it under control for you with tanks and guns and bombs. Your choice.
Or tariffs.
Or tariffs. Yeah, I would think slowly about that, just to make sure your emotions are not. I mean, I understand the desire to be self-confident and not stand, but I somehow doubt that the tank. Well, yeah, I mean, I doubt it would come to that, or it should come to that.
We went to
Mexico.
We went to Mexico City in 1848, I think. Was it?
I believe so, yeah.
And we fought uphill all the way against outnumbered vastly. And we went there and occupied their damn government and told them how it was going to be from then on. And we could do that again. It doesn't take a large force of Americans to conquer another country. We should do it anytime they bother us. We should have done it in 2008 when Venezuela nationalized our oil. We should have toppled their government. And then they wouldn't be in this disaster they're in right now.
Yeah. I mean, with Mexico, their government is powerless. I mean, the drug cartels in Mexico have an infinitely higher amount of power over the country than the government itself. So, I mean, the problem for us wouldn't even be the government. It would be, if we were to topple their government, making sure the drug cartel doesn't try to come here, which would be unlikely. In fact, they would probably just keep going south, and the goal would be to keep them going south until they're not our problem anymore.
Well, I mean, what's the real? I mean, how much is it security? How much are we how much is it like a violent thing on the border, or how much is just trying to prevent people from coming in that are going to be here illegally? And
well, again, yeah, I perfectly admit it's a disproportionate response. I mean, the thing that I heard somebody suggest was, for every one innocent person, or for every one innocent American killed, so let's say we have an American tourist go to Mexico, and a bunch of them get kidnapped by the drug cartel. For every one time that happens, we send an extra couple 1,000 troops into your country. It's absolutely disproportionate, and it'll work.
what, when somebody comes here illegally, or what was it?
No, if like some American tourists get kidnapped by the drug cartel because the Mexican government won't deal with it, because half the people in the Mexican government are also in the drug cartel, we send a couple 1,000 more troops to your country. And we keep doing that until you stop being a problem for us.
Like take the problems of an individual very seriously, like it's really part of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a big deal out of every individual that's violated. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
I was talking to a guy from Mexico, and he said that the Mexican people actually like the cartels, that they're sort of like, because what they do is they like dedicate, they're like, what is it called? And they do all kinds of nonprofit. They like dedicate buildings and stuff, and they actually give to the people. They like steal. So they're kind of like I don't know if you call it a Robin Hood, but I had no idea that they did that so much. So they actually view, and they said they only go after like the bad people. They're kind of like vigilante. They're kind of like Batman, he said.
They only kill journalists who mention them and stuff like that. Yeah.
So this Mexican guy, he can't be quite. I'm thinking he's not quite right, but he said they're doing the vigilantes, but I think they're doing more than that.
Yeah,
Well,
I think they
Or
act
they're
like
going-
the mafia. The
Like
mafia,
mafia, but he said he's got a positive view. They're just like Batman. I mean, they're taking the law in their own hands, but they're going after bad people, and they're giving all this stuff to the Mexican people. As far as
I'm sure that they spend a lot of money trying to give that impression. They probably do buildings once in a while to give that impression off.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, he's probably right that they're doing that, but I kind of disagree that is accurate of the overall picture of them.
Yeah, churches do that too. Every once in a while, a church will build something or hold a banquet or something or give some money to the poor, but actually they've got their coffers full of gold and they've got land everywhere and they own all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think that is standard procedure for an organization like that. They pretend to be moral.
Right.
But they're actually doing much more harm.
Yeah.
And the state too. They give us our food stamps, our welfare, our social security, our roads, our military, and then they say that's all the money, guys. It's like bullshit. That's only half of it, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. He was also talking about the election. I hadn't heard about the election they had recently, where they basically voted out it was the white people, which was like that party they've been in power forever. And he said Trump was the motivation for them to do that because they're like, hey, we could, like, anyone could win. So they tried and they did.
That might not turn out well. We'll see how that goes. I mean, if you replace everybody around the world, just replaces their government with a new populist guy, not all those are going to be great. Trump is going to be great because he's limited by the Constitution. He can't just go running around doing what he wants.
Right, but it was, I guess, the populist candidate because the people in charge were essentially the culture of the society was like the white people, which is only like, I don't know, 10% or less, and the 90%, which they're another race, but they also kind of like the lower class. They were never in charge of the government, so it kind of didn't make sense that they were never in charge or whatever. But
Mexico's a mess. They've got several different classes. They've got the lowest caste too, which is made up of native Indians from that haven't mixed.
That's what I would guess, but I didn't know.
And they've got Brazilians are above Mexicans.
Ah, really?
Yeah, Brazilians
Mexico?
are more sophisticated or something like that.
Oh yeah, Brazil is far better than Mexico, without a doubt.
Brazil is definitely better than Mexico.
Do you mean the Brazilians in Mexico or the Brazilians generally?
The Brazilian country is better than the Mexican country.
Okay, I got you were saying that, but I thought Brandon was saying the Brazilian.
I'm saying that Brazilian people feel better than Mexican people, and Mexican people feel inferior to Brazilian people.
Okay.
In the hierarchy, the racist pecking order hierarchy of the Spanish Americans.
The sort of like the Latin hierarchy.
Yeah, the Latin hierarchy, we could call it.
Brazil's at the top.
Brazil's somewhere up at the top. Yeah, they think they are. Everybody perceives them to be.
And I think even higher than Brazilians are the Argentinians.
Really?
They are considered more learned than Brazilians.
Super Fin guy. Somebody from Portugal told me that all the content on YouTube now, the young people now in Portugal are speaking with the Brazilian accent because most of the content online in Portuguese is coming from Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. the Brazilians, like for example, when I go on vacation in Cape Verde, my YouTube is inundated with Brazilian content, and I rarely see Portuguese content. And they're very popular. There are Brazilian channels with millions of subscribers.
Yeah, Brazil's huge. Portugal, how many people are in Portugal?
I think Portugal, it's much smaller than Brazil. I'm not sure, but it's much smaller.
Well, it's obviously much smaller.
Yeah,
it's definitely much smaller.
But remember that Brazil is full of jungles.
Oh, you mean the population? I don't.
Yeah, exactly. But Brazilians are more lively than Portuguese people. They like to talk about everything. They're very lively. They usually their YouTube channels are very animated, so to speak.
How did you find objectivism again, and how long ago was that?
Well, I found objectivism. Let me say about 10 years ago or something. No, not 10 years. More than that. In early 2000s. Yeah. And I was browsing about because I always had sort of like a reason. My mind, a very logical mind. So I was looking for individualism, and I found about NeoTech. Have you heard of NeoTech?
I'm not sure.
NeoTech is sort of an offshoot of objectivism. I found NeoTech first, and then I learned that NeoTech was based on objectivism.
I've never heard of that. NeoTech.
NeoTech, it's an offshoot of objectivism.
How do you even spell that?
And Neo, like Neo from the Matrix, Tech. They have some pretty good integrations based on objectivism.
So I looked up Portugal's 10 million and Brazil is 200 million.
Yeah, almost like the USA.
Slight difference.
So that means Portugal's culture is just going to be swamped by Brazil's.
Yeah. But Brazilians are more lively, but the Portuguese are more serious and less corrupt than Brazilians, if you say that.
Yeah. I'm not finding anything on NeoTech, by the way.
Oh, it's look it up on DuckDuckGo. Look up NeoTech, objectivism, individualism. You'll probably find something.
Well, I mean, and this
because
is sort of,
is it one word or two?
Sorry.
Is it one word?
No problem. I just wanted to add that the founder was killed in 2005 by an accident. He was jogging and a car hit him, and from then on, they removed their site from the web. They went underground.
That's weird.
Now they're trying a strategy because I think they were attacked in the 80s. Their offices were raided by the FBI or something like that.
What?
Yeah, because they have some techniques for dealing with bureaucrats and government agents and stuff. So they got raided in the 80s.
That's crazy. This is hard to believe, but I guess even if I believe it, it's still crazy.
Yeah, and they are underground now. Now they have a different approach.
Why do that sounds like it has nothing to do with objectivism? I don't understand that. Wow, that.
Say again, please.
That seems to have nothing to do with objectivism. I don't understand that at all.
What you mean? What part?
They have these people. They call themselves NeoTech, and it's based on objectivism. And they have a way of dealing with bureaucrats, and because of that, they got themselves investigated, and the guy leading it got killed. I mean, all of this it doesn't sound very good either. I'm not.
Well, it's because they are pretty active. And
they're pretty active, but I can't find them anywhere online. I can't.
Yeah. Well, if you want, I can send you links, and you probably can find their sites on Wayback Machine, on the Internet Archive. You can find their site.
If you want, post one link that links me to anything that says about this NeoTech, because I can't find anything.
Yeah, well, that's odd because they in the early 2000s, they had a pretty nice presence in the web.
Is it one word or two?
It's NEO dash tech.
Oh, I was saying NEW.
And oh, okay. Oh, like and W.
And is it one word that way? Or
Yeah, with dash in the middle. Neo
Oh.
dash.
that's pronounced Neo.
Yeah, Neo, like the hero from the Matrix.
Matrix.
Right. Neo means new, but it's not the same as new. It's not the same word, so you have to say it different.
Yeah, it's Neo, yeah.
Neo.
Sorry about my pronunciation.
Yeah. I guess it's like Latin versus new is who knows what that's from.
Yeah, I think Neo is Latin. But
Okay, so-
but yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, go on.
NeoTech.
So yeah,
Rational Wiki.
going back to the Latin America topic, sort of my position as a psychoanalyst, and this is actually not something I realized until we had this conversation, is you said that the Portuguese are more serious and the Brazilians are more lively. I mean, I sort of think that America's, or the normal, or what used to be the normal culture of America, is a sort of perfect mixture between the two. I mean, to use myself as an example, when I'm writing, I'm entirely focused on writing, getting my work done. Let's say, like with the friend I have with the insanely abusive father, when I'm dealing with that situation, I'm taking it completely seriously. But, when I'm eating lunch with my friends, I'm able to joke around, talk, and, just enjoy myself. So, yeah, that's just...
That's the thing. Like, for example, like Brazil and Portugal is sort of like US and UK,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But US is much more integrated, much more principled than Brazil, right?
Okay, I found the differences. It says differences between NeoTech and objectivism. For objectivism, the metaphysics is reality. For NeoTech, the metaphysics is business.
No, who wrote that? I don't.
Well, this is at survival2020.com, and it says the difference between NeoTech and objectivism, and it's talking about it.
That is not true. That is someone else.
Well, epistemology, instead of knowledge, it's neo-think.
Well, new think is the way of thinking. It's a new name for epistemology. Yeah.
And for politics, instead of capitalism, it says no initiation of force. Well, that sounds like a libertarianism.
It sounds like anarchy.
No,
yeah.
No. It's not anarchism.
Let me just finish it real quick. For aesthetics, it says objectivism is never defined, which that sounds incorrect. And then for NeoTech, it's value reflection. And for ethics, instead of selfishness, it's value creation. That's what this website says.
Well, that is not true because they rely on selfishness too,
Okay.
And selfishness and value creation. That's all. That is objectivism.
Oh, here's another site. Objectivism plus Scientology equals NeoTech.
Oh wow, that is slander.
I like that.
Yeah,
this
but
is dated 2012. I don't know. Started by Frank R. Wallace, an author of gambling advice books in 1984, and they largely spread through direct mailing in its early years. And the other site said that Ayn Rand was inspired by Frank R. Wallace.
No, that's not true.
Right.
On the contrary, Frank Wallace was inspired by Ayn Rand.
Well, this site's completely wrong. It says Ayn Rand, the founder of objectivism, was inspired. Oh, was an inspiration too. Sorry, was an inspiration too. So they did say right. Okay.
Okay, but that's a third party view on it. I actually have some links. I'll look it up because it's deep in my hard drive. I haven't looked at their stuff in years.
That must be the guy that died then, the Frank R. Wallace.
Yeah, exactly. That's the founder.
Oh my God. And so this was in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, he was from Dallas.
And was he murdered by the was he killed by the government, or was he killed by
No, he was killed by a random driver.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah,
But you said there's something with the FBI was investigating or something.
yeah. I think that was in the 80s, and they had a problem with the government, and they got raided. Yeah,
So he lived from 1932 to 2006.
I think 2000. I think it was 2005.
Oh, well, it says here it's January 2006 he died, so that's pretty close.
Oh, okay. Then at the beginning of 2006, I'm not sure. Yeah, but I've heard about his death. I think it was in 2006, but I had the impression that he died in 2005.
He was a mail order magnate, previously a
Yeah,
professional poker player,
they self-published. Yeah,
originator of the philosophy NeoTech, also
yeah.
referred to as NeoTech
Mm.
without a dash, or NeoThink. An
Neo-
offshoot,
you know,
yeah, he says an offshoot of Ayn Rand's objectivism.
Yeah.
He was convinced
And
of
they-
federal
the
tax
most-
crimes. He was convicted of various federal tax crimes.
the Frank R. Wallace. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that
Well, that-
they accuse him of.
Seems quite amazing that you stumbled upon this guy, because I don't think there's a lot, out there on him, I wouldn't think. But
Well,
yeah,
in the early 2000s,
Exactly.
he was popular in the early 2000s, but not now, I think.
right. I found it was probably around 2004 or 2005 I found out about objectivism. Before that, I found out about libertarianism maybe a year or two before that, and that had me somewhat interested for a while. And then
Yeah, there's a few things in common between objectivism and libertarians.
but it wasn't
Superficial.
until 2008 or 2010ish I kind of like finished my studying of objectivism, and I was like, yeah, this is right, and I fully rejected libertarianism. Yeah. So it took me. It was a couple years between when I was first introduced to Ayn Rand and when I sort of like I went back to it, and I was like, wait, I want to check that out again. And yeah, it was probably 2010 when I was like, this is completely rejected libertarianism.
Do you watch Reason TV or not really?
Occasionally for interviews and stuff. Over the
sometimes
years
they have
I've watched a lot.
some good stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Don't you
like
think-
interviews. They had an interview with that economist, the guy about the education guy, the George Mason.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, but it was through NeoTech that I found out about objectivism, and I've been sort of like an object. I don't agree everything about objectivism, about Ayn Rand, but I'm mostly an objectivist. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I think I pretty much agree 100% with the philosophy. I don't know about, that's different than everything that Ayn Rand said, though. That's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But,
Like I don't agree, for example, her views on art or
art.
some views on art or
Art's a little bit more shaky for me. I think, I mean, I agree with the general ideas that, like, throwing a bunch of crap on the wall is not art. And
yes, that's true. But for example, she said that I kind of forgot. Well, not about art, but about love, for example.
oh, the male and female, masculine and feminine stuff.
No, not that. For example, against sexuality, against porn, for example. Yeah, or let me see what else.
Well, I don't remember what you said about porn.
I don't agree. Some things about longevity. Like I believe that people should strive to live indefinitely. People shouldn't accept death because
she said that. What did she say? She said you shouldn't.
she said that like if we defeated death, people would be like robots, and
Well, that's
we wouldn't
true.
have value anymore. No, that's not true because whatever we become, we can destroy we can destroy ourselves because everyone would have basically the same power, right?
So, but
So
let me
still
try to explain it, what I think she was saying and why I would agree. I mean, it's meaningless to say if we defeated death, because by definition, you wouldn't be a living thing anymore. You'd be a god. But what you were saying about try to live as long as you can, that's not defeating death. I mean, that's not becoming immortal.
Yeah, it's not immortality. Yes.
It's not immortal. There is no immortal. Anything that's living will die.
Well, it
By
can
definition.
die, but it doesn't mean it'll have to die. But it can die.
Some point in time, it can't be
Well,
infinite. But even
well, why not? Why not? Why not?
I think it gets into metaphysics, but like I don't think you can have. I mean, a living thing by its nature will have a beginning and an end. Whereas, like, Brandon, you want to take a crack at it at that one?
Yeah.
I think he's just upset because she says an immortal robot wouldn't have any values. And he's saying, well, if we could make ourselves immortal, we would still have values. True, but you wouldn't be an immortal, indestructible robot like her thought experiment says. So go ahead, try to make yourself live longer if you want. You're ultimately not going to be able to live forever. And if you do, you're going to have to leave this body. And that's going to be very strange. You're going to be downloaded into something. But anyway, there's what
I think morality also ceases that. I'm not sure you can fully have morality if something can't die.
Well, in my opinion, I think everything that is alive can die, but we can make it that it's very hard to die of natural.
Do you know the mutant Apocalypse in the X-Men? He says, "I am not evil. I am. I simply am," because he's immortal. He's not a living thing anymore. He's a complex entity, but he's essentially immortal. So he basically has no morality.
And to prove your point, there are people in the world today who can't conceive that the world around them is quite a difficult thing to construct, and they take it for granted, and they think that there's actually no purpose in life because their life's not threatened on a daily basis. And how do they feel? They feel hopeless and lost, and morality is a zero to them. So unless you have something fighting against you constantly, morality is a zero to you.
Well, I think we will always have challenges. We will have we always will have goals, to achieve and and to prosper and stuff. Like, as for me, I think life would become meaningless if for example, if it was certain that everything would end, like everything would be for nothing, because it will end sooner than we think,
Yeah, if a meteor is going to hit it. But I agree with you that, like, I'm very interested in life extension. Are you familiar with Michael Fossell, who basically thinks he found the cure for aging?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so he's got a company named Telesite. They're going to be doing trials on Alzheimer's because that's the only clinical thing you can get. But basically, it goes back to, you've heard of telomeres before. There's those things.
Telomeres. Yes.
That's how they're choosing to. They say shortening telomeres isn't the cause of aging, but we believe it's the best place to intervene in aging. So it's a little bit tricky. I don't know if that, but they basically said, yes, we found the cure for aging. We've done it in animals. There's still technicalities to work out. How do you deliver it to all the cells in the body? But he's like, he's a pretty smart guy. There's tons of interviews out there you can find of him. And he's like, I'm fairly confident within our lifetime we're going to be able to do this. And but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, the guy that you're talking about, I actually don't know about him, but I follow like a Spanish scientist. Her name is Maria Blasco, and her team recently found that published a paper that shows that that telomeres shortening is directly proportional to the amount of years that an animal lives. Like we as human beings, we live for almost 100 years because it takes a long time for our telomeres to shorten.
Right. And it's not, and I have his book. I just posted a link to one of his interviews just so anyone can, if someone wants to bookmark that.
Okay, I'll check that out because I never heard of him.
Well, you guys know what I heard of this stuff, and you guys know what happens to a cell. You know the definition of a cell with telomeres that don't shorten?
Like cancer, you're going to say?
Cancer.
No. Whoa, wait.
Well,
in cancer has an enzyme that prevents the telomeres from shortening. Like the name of the enzyme is telomerase.
Cancers.
But yeah, exactly. That's why they keep dividing.
no,
But a cell that already has telomerase is very unlikely to produce a cancer cell because it's protected from
correct.
mistakes.
See, they actually this is of course a question people always ask about the cancer and whatnot, and it's addressed in his book and many of the interviews, so that's good. But I think it's slightly different. I think it's cells where their telomeres shorten, but they don't self-destruct. So but the point is, there's always the question: if we elongate the telomeres, is it going to cause cancer? And he's like, no. There's a little bit of a question of risk of that, but we really think, and all the evidence shows that it actually prevents cancer.
Yeah, it actually does, because the team of the scientists that I told you, she made experiments with rats, and she found out that the rats that got the telomerase treatment, they actually, they're not,
But
they have a lower risk of getting cancer than the ones that were not treated.
But I'm going to counter a little bit, because the other point they make is they say aging in humans is mostly attributed, or whatever you say, best intervened by the telomeres. But they say actually in many other animals, it's not the telomeres. It's like oxidation or whatever, like smaller organisms. That's the mechanism. But the point is, like all these organisms, they evolved a mechanism to kill themselves off after a certain amount of time, because it speeds up the evolution. Because if you have one generation stick around, you can't evolve through natural selection.
Well, that's the thing that Maria Blasco actually talks about. She shows that that that's not actually the case. Like animals age at a certain point when they die in nature. For example, normally, for example, wolf usually lasts about 9 years in the wilderness.
How do you spell
So that's why Maria Blasco.
Blasco.
So that's why the wolves and dogs start to age at about 10, because that's the time that they get killed in nature.
But
So it's
okay.
like the age, it's sort of like a default state of the organism.
It's programmed it's programmed organism death. They evolved. It's literally programmed.
It's I disagree with that. I think it's more like it doesn't need, like the body does everything it can to prevent death, but because the telomeres are shortening, it dies.
Right, but the aging is a feature of evolution that's programmed organism death. It helped us evolve, but we don't need it now if you don't want to die or die from aging.
Yeah, like humans now can self-evolve in a way. I think we're not at that point anymore.
We have the brain to do it. I don't think we don't necessarily have the genetic ability to do that, but someday we might. And if we keep ourselves from dying, we might live long enough where some people might be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm worried here about our genetic batteries running down in the meantime. I think genetic engineering is the only way we're going to be able to do this, because right now, everybody stays alive. Nobody dies. We're not cleaning the gene pool. Every single human being gets kept alive and gets to send their genes on. Whereas in the past, it was only 10%, 20% of people that sent their genes on. So at some point,
and child mortality too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Including child mortality was very small, 5, 10, 15% of people that sent their genes to the next. So 80% of people never got to send their genes on in the past. So it was a very healthy set of people in the past.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if maybe we're having more chronic disease and whatnot, because after 3, 4, 5 generations of not having high infant mortality, maybe that's why so many people are becoming sick and disabled at a higher percentage, assuming that's correct.
Did you know that congenital disease is like 10 times higher in the Muslim population because of intermarriage with cousins?
I've heard of stuff like that, but I wasn't even referring to that. But yeah, I've heard about stuff like that.
Interesting. I didn't think of that. But yeah,
But how are we going to combat this? Because we once we had antibiotics and all these, we prevent this child mortality. Now, if it's caused by genetics or whatever it is that we're not weeding the people out, we don't have the technology to fix those genetic things because we don't know the cause.
Right now, I think each individual has a much larger gene pool to choose from, than in the past.
They're all.
I think that.
So they're all bad genes. They've all been protected by society, and they're all fat and round and slow. The only really good genes come from sub-Saharan Africa now, and that's why they rule the NBA, they rule the Olympics.
Maybe it's so much autoimmune disease because the people that would have got autoimmune disease died in childbirth, maybe, or not infancy.
No, it's because they live in the jungle, and if you can't run, then you're dead.
Right.
Yeah, they're more adapted to survive.
Well, we need much better medicine.
But people you can still make choices of who you have kids with.
Sure.
That's like you can choose a healthy person. You can see if that person it's handicapped.
My point is shown when the NBA players are out, and you see the black guys and the white guy, and there's a 7-foot tall white guy, and you just look at him and you go, "What the hell? What is this?" Right? What's he doing? He should be in a library or something. Look at him.
A natural selection, right?
Yeah, well, because every white guy has survived for hundreds and hundreds of years. No white guys have died. They all survive, and they all pass on their genes. So we've become fat and round, and we can't jump and we can't run.
I say we just genocide the fat people.
Well, it also means that white people
don't become fat.
like are more survive better.
Yeah, because of our mind. I'm saying genetically we're not as fit because socially we're more fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I also suspect part of it might be that maybe the medical system is becoming more incompetent, and people are not getting diagnosed and treated.
That might be a silver lining, like let's actually just do force.
Well, that sounds pretty bad. I mean, there's people that are sick, and the other thing,
It does sound bad, but I mean, like people not washing their hands, spreading germs around.
Oh, no. I meant stuff where people are not dying, but they're just being sick and disabled chronically for the chronic things like autoimmune diseases and stuff. And
see, I think we're get more and more and more of those things because the gene pool's getting dirtier and dirtier. In fact, they might grow at an exponential rate, like bugs in software.
That's possible. That's just the hypothesis that it's genetic. I don't know. We don't know that, but assuming these things are even increasing, but it seems somewhat logical.
Well, if you've got a fairly constrained set of software and then you just copy it with errors, and each time there are more errors, at the end of the day, the software you get after 10 or 20 copies is going to be very dirty.
Well, it's not. I mean, it copies pretty well, but it's which things are getting copied, right? Or which
everything. So if all the mistakes get passed on and then those are layered on top.
Oh, right. You're saying, yeah.
We're never winnowing out any mistakes ever.
Right. Well, but that's a pretty harsh reality to be talking about people dying to keep the genetics.
But I think regardless of that, I think what's the base value is life, right? That's what you have to strive for, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, so what's our attitude going to be for vaccines? Vaccines are kind of like building up a dam around a river or something, and it's just going to get higher and higher and higher. Right? We can't make vaccines against everything.
Right.
At what point, where do we just keep trying to make vaccines against everything? Do we just our immune systems are getting weaker and weaker, and the biosphere we're fighting against is evolving and getting bigger and bigger.
Well, assuming that's happening, I see that the idea of that trend where it's like you have to keep making stronger medicine if the genes are not getting pulled out.
Yeah, the genes are just running a flat line of some kind. So 50 years from now, what's this going to look like?
But this is I mean, we don't know this for sure that this is what's happening.
Well, we do know because 20 or 30 or 40 years ago, they told us, look, you're going to end up with super bugs. You're going to end up with super weeds. If you use weed killer, you're going to end up with, what was it? It was the pneumonia or what's the tuberculosis.
Right.
They said, if you're not careful with this tuberculosis thing, you'll have a super bug. And that's what we ended up with. We have a super tuberculosis that's immune to all antibiotics.
But that's the other organisms evolving. That's not us.
Right. Right. And are we just, what's the end of this path? Are we just going to keep fighting that path? Because that's a real uphill path.
Okay. I thought all right. It sounded like you were just focusing on us getting weaker, but you're talking about those things getting stronger because we made them stronger.
Yeah. We've got
maybe at the same time. Well, that's bad if it's at the same time, but
we're doubly screwed. Now we might be facing something like the Indians faced when Americans brought smallpox, when Europeans brought smallpox to America.
Right.
It might just be a fuck off disaster, right?
Could be a big one.
Yeah.
Could be a big one.
Or it could be like when syphilis was brought back by Columbus to Europe and it ate away facial tissue and it was spread by touch. It was spread on the street by touching people.
Wow.
And that went on for 100 years in Europe.
Wow.
Until it was calmed down genetically. All the people who got it by touching each other were dead. And the ones left, it was not as virulent. Now, the Indians didn't have problems with syphilis. It was only spread through STD contact or sexual contact for the Indians.
Right.
We got it from them.
Oh, I might have heard that.
Europe, though, it did.
And vice versa.
I think I heard that. I remember
Like
about like they got their revenge with the syphilis or something for the.
It hurt, but it didn't wipe us out. Smallpox wiped them out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think a lot of ethnicities, Indian ethnicities, got wiped out because of the diseases that the explorers brought.
Actually, you just reminded me. There's stories of large civilizations in the Amazon that they reported that the first time they went through, the explorers, and there's no records of those anymore. And people were saying they think they got wiped out by the smallpox, and that's why they thought the stories were made up. These giant cities. But they actually died off. But we just can't see them now because they're like hidden in the Amazon or whatever.
Yeah, they didn't even have a lot of the natives didn't even have. They were in the Stone Age. They didn't even have metal. So.
Yeah, but I think they had some kind of structures similar to the Mayans and the Aztecs that they built in the Amazon area.
Yeah, there's stonework, and they did have gold. They did have. I don't know if they even had copper, but they had gold.
I have a tangential interest in what's called megalithic structures. They're around the world. I don't know if you're familiar with them. I mean, the pyramids is sort of an example of them, but they actually exist in, Peru and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I have some sneaking suspicions that these things, we don't really correctly identify who built these things, or certainly we don't know how people built them. They're extremely large. You can see them also in places like Israel, Lebanon. These things are like thousands of ton blocks. One of them's called Stone of the Pregnant Woman or something, and they're larger than I think we can even deal with today with our current technology. So, and there's also in South America they're called polygonal stones where they fit perfectly flush up next to each other, and they have these weird nodules on them. Positive, concave, and convex nodules on them. We don't know what those are for, but you see them on the base stones of the pyramid and in South America. And these civilizations supposedly had no contact with each other.
Yeah, basically they appear like they had the same technology worldwide.
Same technology worldwide. And there's they could drill these holes. There's all kinds of technology and some people are saying that it's actually much older than the archaeologists claim. Like it's more like 10 to 13, 14,000 years old, and perhaps dating into the Ice Age.
Yeah, and that's one of the theories, that a lot of those civilizations got wiped out because of the end of the last ice age.
So you know about this theory too?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
they're
I
saying, that
very interested in it too.
so you're into this too. You maybe see these, and some of these people who do speculating, they're not very good critical thinkers, and they will make wild speculations. So I think I'm a better critical thinker, but some of these people are thinking good things too. But
You
there's
about the bay ponds in the eastern United States?
the what in the Eastern?
The bay ponds?
I don't think I know about that.
So there are these ponds that are shaped oval like this that are spread all across the eastern United States, and they're oriented north-south. And the further west you go, they point slightly east, and the further east you go, they point slightly west, and somewhere in the center, they point straight north. And if you put all of those lines together from literally thousands and thousands of these little lakes, put all the lines together, they converge somewhere up in the ice cap on the Canadian Shield. And so something hit around 10,000 years ago or so up there, and it spread ejectum, which created thousands and thousands and thousands of lakes all across the United States.
Wow. Okay. So these people, at one point they were saying maybe it was a comet, but the new theory is that it was a solar mass ejection, that a big, like a big solar flare kind of thing that came out, and it caused the end of the ice age. And when that happened, it caused the flood that we're currently living in, the flood actually. So if you look at the continental shelves, if you're looking like Google Maps and whatnot, those continental shelves would normally be, they'd be on land. They'd be land. The whole continental shelf would be land, like in the ice age. But they're saying like there might have been some kind of reset of civilization that happened like 12,000 years ago, or maybe 14,000 or whatever.
Yeah. And some researchers actually claim that the pyramids, the Sphinx, for example, is like 10,000 years old.
Yep, that's what they're saying too. And there's supposed to be a library underneath it or something. There's supposed to be some kind of
with writings,
right,
and
maybe.
And but one thing is for sure though that I know, for example, that is true, is that the Sphinx, the head of the Sphinx, is not the original head.
I hear people talk about that. Yeah,
exactly. Like from the really old photos, you can see that there's a larger neck. And the head was just put on top,
That's not what I was talking about, but I think the stories I heard, they said that whatever, many thousands of years ago, way before photos, that it was a lion head or something, and some civilization came by later and turned into a human head or something.
Okay. Your version, it's a lion head, but from what I've heard and from evidence that I've seen, it actually was a jackal head. So the Sphinx is actually Anubis, and it was Anubis, and later on, when they abandoned Anubis, they put like a pharaoh's head on it.
The other thing is, if there was a solar mass ejection, it would have caused plasma in the sky, and what they've done is they found these symbols in caves all around the world. And they're actually the symbols which later turned into the gods, like a man with a bird head and things like that. But the Thunderbolts. So you know about the Thunderbolts thing too?
Yeah. I'm a subscriber of the Electric Universe.
So I think maybe they go too much in electric stuff. But here's the interesting part: the people have recreated these plasma figures in the laboratory using charged plasma. So that look like the gods that they drew, like the point is, the only way that these figures would have appeared all over the world is that there was some kind of plasma discharge happening in the sky.
And actually, I think that, for example, like the craters that we see on Earth, like the big ones, could be caused by huge thunderbolts, instead of a meteor hitting the Earth.
Well, something.
These are the Carolina bays that I was talking about. See these ponds?
Okay.
Those are caused by ejecta from somewhere north of them. And
like
those are craters. Look at this.
Right?
Look at how many there are in this image. You see that?
Yeah, it looks like the moon or something.
Yeah, this is just the topography of the eastern United States.
But wait a second. Why is that an impact from the sky?
No, it comes from if you run all of them north, it goes to some place up in Canada.
So are they like stones that
It's
were being pushed along with the ice, or what?
It was
from debris.
it was the ice sheet when it hit, so it's ice, most certainly ice that ice and melted ice and stuff.
Okay, because I knew the ice sheet, as it dragged stones across, it caused all kinds of deformations of the.
This is further south than the farthest south the ice sheet ever went.
So then, how would it do it? Is when it was melting? Oh, it was when it was melting then.
No, it threw this stuff into the air. A massive, massive impact.
Oh.
Threw these things all in one event, one single event, created these thousands and thousands and thousands of ponds, all the way from the Carolinas over to the Mississippi River area.
The Carolina Bays and the destruction of North America. Okay, there's another photo that's showing a image of lines, and it's coming from like around between the Great Lakes is the origin.
Yep, that's where it would have hit. Now, in order to explain this stuff away, I mean, you can come up with some other theory of solar wind or something like that, but then you got to explain these bays away, because these bays, nobody knew. I think it was about 5 years ago that a guy drew all the lines north and said, wait a minute, these are related. All these are related. So this is pretty new, and the problem is there's no crater, but there can be a crater because it hit 3 miles of ice.
And they also discovered a new crater in Norway, I think, just like within the last year or something. But the thing is, if it was a solar mass ejection or something, I don't know. It's possible that if something like that hits the Earth, then maybe it'll throw Earth into the air and it'll come back down. I don't know. But
well, all we need for this is a comet, and that explains the end of the ice age, the warming of the atmosphere, the destruction of Stone Age civilizations.
Did they say that? They say that would have been enough. That would have been enough, judging by the magnitude of this one.
Yeah. Yep. And,
are you guys aware?
The reason it's not part of current knowledge is because there's no crater. There's no evidence of a crater.
Because it hit the ice sheet.
It hit the ice sheet. Yeah. Now these things, I believe, are sufficient evidence, but that's being churned through the community right now.
Carolina Bays. Well, I'm glad you told me about that.
Yeah, it's good to know.
I've honestly learned far more in this conversation than I did probably in my entire last semester of high school.
Oh yeah. Well, if you want to test me further, I will tell you another one that may be true. That's even further, perhaps further wild of a story. But this goes much further back in time. Have you heard about these things, about this idea of the expanding Earth? Any of you?
No.
You've heard about that too. So Brandon's heard of it.
I liked that idea for a little while until
I'm a subscriber to that. Yeah,
and what did Brandon? What'd you say? You liked it for a little while, but I liked
it for a little while. I thought it was really fun. I thought this is great. This is awesome, but it was too ridiculous. I couldn't. It's
too ridiculous. Well, the thing is, so the continents fitting together and everything. I think that's a important data point, assuming that's true. But what I found more stuff beyond that. I mean, what you tie into that was sort of the dinosaurs being too massive for the gravity. Just the when you do the calculation for the expanding.
That was cute too, but that's because of a higher oxygen content in the atmosphere back then. So you could have larger bodies efficient.
The oxygen would get you more oxygen into the body, but that doesn't fix the problem of the bones and the muscle mass.
Yeah, the muscle mass. Yeah, that's a problem.
You don't think so?
I don't think that's a problem because the dinosaurs had hollow bones.
Well, that's the story. I think they say when people say, but I think it was turned out not to actually be true, or that's the that's a hypothesis or claim, but I don't think they're actually I think they couldn't prove that. Plus, it wouldn't be enough. They said they had to have these hollow bags of air in their body too. But here's the whole thing. There's something else. There's something else. So I was kind of playing with this, and I was like, okay, maybe, but I'm not leaning very strongly with it. But what made me lean stronger with it was when I heard that somebody did some actual math about calculating the gravity and how just increasing the size of the Earth, not the mass, but just the size would increase the gravity. Because it has to do with the center of gravity and when you're on the surface of the Earth. But and somebody might say,
Isaac Newton proved that that gravity acts from a central point.
Right. But if you look at the so this guy made it sound really complicated, but I was just looking at the equation more recently too. But that's from the center of the mass. It's in the right. It's not the center of the object. It's center of its mass. But the thing is, if it expands, the center of its mass is no longer in the center. It's closer to you. So you just changed one of the variables in the equation. You decrease the distance. So if you look at the equation for gravity and whatnot, it's the distance between you and the center of the mass of the object.
Yeah, so gravity is weaker as you go higher. That's true.
Right. Or if you move the center of the mass of the object towards the outer of the object, you just increase the gravity for you. If you maintain, so if you're on the surface of the Earth and the Earth changes, so let's say when it expands, its center of gravity is towards the outer. It moves from far away, which is the very center of the Earth. Now, when it expands, that center is going to be moving outward. If this is an if, but it will
hollow inside.
I think what they say is it's the gas expands more. It's like water. In other words, a lot of it's water in the center rather than the molten metal or whatever. And I think they were saying what they're thinking is that it's like nuclear decay or whatever causes heat generation over hundreds of millions of years, billions of years or whatever. And then that could be a method. And they were saying that the model is wrong, where they believe water is towards the where a planet. They saying it's based on our current understanding is based on a flawed model of the formation of the planets, where we believe water is towards the outside when it forms, and they're saying that water is actually towards the center when it forms. And they showed this droplet even in outer space, where they did a test in gravity what water would do. But anyway. So I'm not 100% sure, but I just think there's a lot of things pointing in that direction.
Well, I got a crazier thing for you that I think might actually be true. That's wacky stuff right there.
Okay.
All right. So the Earth spins and it creates a magnetic. We got a strong magnetic thing from the Earth spinning.
Right. That protects us.
Yeah.
Well, Mars doesn't have one, for example.
Right, because it doesn't have a liquid core.
Or whatever causes it.
Yeah. Supposedly an liquid iron core.
Supposedly, that's the standard. Yeah.
Now, if a liquid iron core spinning has this effect of creating this effect, the stars are going to have quite an effect on the galactic atmosphere as a whole. Those are big spinning, rotating balls with iron. They end as iron, and the end of their lifespan is as iron. So, what's happening to all that electricity that's being generated by those spinning stars?
It's traveling. Don't they say it's on plasma currents going between stars or something?
Yeah, the intergalactic space or interstellar space is permeated by charge lines or whatever it is. Yeah.
Like the Birkeland currents.
Birkeland currents, or other things like that. That's what the electric universe people talk about.
Yeah, no, I think that's an obvious explanation for why the galaxies spin at the speed that they do. I think that they're an electrical phenomenon. I don't think dark matter is anything at all. I think that dark matter can be explained away with the electrical universe theory.
So you've seen a lot of those electric universe people too, then?
Yeah, and a
Yeah.
lot of it's religious nonsense, I'm afraid. But
There's they kind of go speculating too much, I think, but
Yeah.
sometimes,
But
but they might have something.
I don't need a lot of what they do with. I mean, I can get the electric storms with, if the sun's spinning can cause electrical things to happen, then I can
Mhm.
get that to zap Mars once in a while if I need to.
Now-
By the way, there are two schools of the electric universe. There's the electric universe, the Thunderbolts project, and there's the plasma cosmology crowd.
That
They're
sounds
like
right.
One thing, as far as I knew.
no. They're kind of different. They're kind of different.
That
The-
sounds about what I vaguely remember. Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that.
So I usually like the guys from the plasma cosmology more than the EU guys.
I think I might too, but I can't actually remember coming to that conclusion specifically. But the one thing about the well, I'll say about dark matter is there's this other idea that dark matter is just a form of hydrogen that does not reflect light.
Yeah, dark matter, everything that they try like that is such garbage.
I know, so I'm very suspicious as well. Well, I'll tell you what the dark energy one. I would be. You've heard, or was it dark energy? I can't remember. It's something like that. No, I'm very suspicious of any time. So they try to throw in these fudge variables to make any theory fit and whatnot, and I'm totally aware of that. But the reason why I've recently thought maybe this hydrogen thing for dark matter is because there's a guy. Have any of you heard of Randall Mills? And he's got this company trying to make energy or making energy, and also he has what he's called the Grand Unified Theory of Classic Physics or whatever.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so he's almost like the guy John Galt in Atlas Shrugged, who made the energy machine, but he's in real life.
What like it takes electronic atmospheric energy from the atmosphere?
Well, he didn't do it from the atmosphere, but it's almost that amazing. He does it from hydrogen, or he figured it. He figured out a way to. It's an electrochemical process. It's not a nuclear process, and it's not a chemical process, but it releases tons of more of energy. I can show you his website. His company's been around for decades, and he's been funded by big companies like Connective and whatnot. But his physical theories are amazing as well. But he basically rejects the quantum stuff, and it kind of aligns with a lot what would be appealing to an objectivist intuitively. In other words, so it kind of jives with a lot of what my intuition would tell me. This guy's on the right track, but he's been making energy for decades or whatever, lots of energy, but he's had trouble putting it into a machine that can not self-destruct and be viable for power commercially. And he's working on it, but he seems to be getting closer and closer. I'll post the website, but the name of the company is Brilliant Light Power. And there's tons of videos, and there's even a book out there that a philosopher guy published explaining the whole history of the thing. But he's saying if you take he's got a whole new theory of chemistry. It's amazing. That could lead to amazing breakthroughs on physics and chemistry, because he rejects all the quantum stuff and the traditional model of the atom. He said all he did is go back to where they were around like the 1920 or 1900, and he picked up where they left off. Basically, and he used classical physics, and he solved all the equations and everything. Is what his claim is. Like, that's my simplification of it.
Is it documented or?
Yeah,
Like
he's got his like grand unified theory thing fully published, but he gets very little attention because all the community and like people are saying, no, you're like not part of the academic community and whatnot. But he's actually produced tons of energy. It's like been independently verified. I mean, you can go to his website. You can see his company.
Hydrino energy, is it?
Yeah, he calls it hydrinos. So he claims that
hydrino with a Y.
Yeah, like HYR, or sorry,
DRINO.
Yeah, HYDRI. Yeah, and he claims that hydrogen atom, you can lower that electron to a lower energy state, and then it releases massive amount of energy, including light. But yeah, you can, and you can like, he doesn't just have experiments like that, but he also has a few presentations on his channel where he actually explains stuff. And then there's a whole book that somebody wrote recently in a few years explaining the whole history and the physics. And, he says he basically solved the double slit experiment and all this other stuff by just adhering to classical physics. So it sounds very appealing to an objectivist.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. Have you heard of David Bohm? What was he just showing?
I remember that was mentioned a couple of years ago. I think somebody spoke positively of a guy with that name.
Yeah, David Bohm is going to be the answer to the quantum mechanics garbage that's going on, because his theory has hidden variables that upsets everybody because we don't know what the hidden variables are. But that's the whole point, is that there's something that we don't know, and so he packages it, and then he builds his theory around pilot wave theory, that the particles are being informed by some sort of a wave traveling in between them and the original source. And therefore information can get to them until, like a ship traveling in the sea, and you see the ship turn, but you don't see the radio wave that went to it. And he says there's hidden variables that are causing these things. We can't just throw up our hands and say there's no cause.
Yeah.
Right. Is this for gravity or what?
No,
or
quantum mechanics.
for quantum mechanics? Well, sure.
The pilot wave theory was actually de Broglie's theory. He started when de Broglie discovered the wave particle duality of the photon. His explanation for that was the pilot wave theory, and recently some French lab, sort of like mimic the pilot wave theory with oil and droplets. So the concept is valid. Now they're trying to figure out if it really applies to the quantum world.
Interesting. Yeah, David Bohm developed his theory a bit, but everyone hated him so much that he ultimately gave it up and started pursuing stuff in the regular academic fields.
And now he's deceased, is what I'm reading.
Yeah. And then, but now people are going back and saying he shouldn't have given that up. That's the only theory. That's the only thing we've got that's going to take us forward. That's the only way we can go.
Is anyone working on it currently or following up on it really?
No, mathematics is dead right now. It's ruined.
I just posted a link to one of the presentations that Randall Mills does. I think you might enjoy, where he actually explains his theory, the physics, what he did, and all that. I think, I'd be very curious to see what you might think after watching one of his in-depth presentations.
All right, it's interesting.
I mean, one thing that I find very interesting is, and this is something that my dad has even said as a science teacher, I don't think he understands why it's a bad thing, but he does say it, is that the stuff that's being taught in schools now is the same stuff that he learned when he was a kid in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And we were actually at my dad's parents' house today, and his parents were taught the same thing that my dad was, and I've been taught the same thing that he has. So it's sort of, from a public school perspective, as if science basically stopped at some point in the 1900s, and now we just teach everybody the exact same things over and over again.
Yeah, it's like
in school you're teaching the fundamentals pretty much. So I'm guessing. I posted another link, by the way, to a video from a year after that. I mean, he's got a few presentations, so
Yep, I put them both on my list of stuff to watch.
Okay. I don't know if he's done one. I don't know what the latest one is, but he definitely did one in 2017 explaining and stuff. But I don't know. I'm impressed.
I'm sort of pessimistic about this. I think we're probably going to be burning coal and oil for another 100 or 200 years. So
could be. But I mean, this guy, I mean, he seems so close. He's producing the energy. It's coming out in massive amounts of heat and whatnot. And these little reactors can do it. You don't have to, I mean, they're going to be expensive. Like, you're not going to be able to own your own, but you could have one for a neighborhood or something, I mean, it might be like 200,000. I think actually he says they're not going to sell to, like, I think they're going to charge you They're going to charge you like a flat rate to rent it. Like it doesn't even matter. And it's the super, super low rate. It's a fraction of a cent per kilowatt or whatever. So it's extremely efficient, more efficient than any chemical reaction can be.
So what is the concept of the machine of the
it's kind of hard to it uses some kind of catalyst to make the electron of the hydrogen atom go to a lower energy state. And when it does that, it releases tons of energy.
So it's like cold fusion?
So when Randall Mills first came out with this stuff, it was right around the time of cold fusion. And he tried to separate himself from that. But in some ways, what he was trying to explain is what he had tapped into is what the cold fusion people were stumbling upon somewhat. But the problem was, he said, it's not fusion and you're doing it wrong. And the whole part, it lost all legitimacy because these people are calling it fusion when it had nothing to do with a nuclear reaction. And when you call it cold fusion, it's just an oxymoron because there's no cold fusion. So he was totally delegitimized because he got lumped in with the cold fusion people. But they didn't have any physical theory. They were just doing like random experiments. This Randall Mills, he came to this experiment by studying the physics and the theory, the classical physics, and deducing that this would work.
So what he discovered is basically the opposite of fusion. It's sort of like the atoms are decaying, or
no, it's really not. It's really I don't know how you would explain it other than the way I did. We're saying it's not. It has something to do with lowering. So electron fields have lower energy, have like higher and lower energy states. You remember like when they used to talk about like the orbits and stuff?
It's the different, the distance from the center that they orbit.
Right, the distance from the center orbit. Now, for some reason, when it goes to a lower orbit or gets closer, energy. Well, but it has to give off energy too.
Yeah. The energy has to go somewhere.
And I don't remember the details, but there's something special about when you take hydrogen and you move it to these super low energy orbits, and there's more than one. He also says that hydrino is dark matter. And a hydrino, he says, is when you take hydrogen and move its electron to a super low energy, a sub-zero energy state, below like one or whatever.
Like a very far away orbit, like a very large orbit.
No, a very like small orbit. It's not really an orbit, it's a field. It's like a sphere around it. It's like a field. He said that's the other thing. It's not a probability cloud, and it's not a particle. It's literally like a bubble. Like the electron is literally a bubble. It's a field.
So the electron is very close to the nucleus.
When you move it closer, when you use this catalyst that he figured out how to do based on his theories, you move it closer and it gives off massive energy, and you can keep moving it closer and closer down to some level, and then it can't move any closer. But when it moves to any of those lower energy states, it's no longer called hydrogen. He calls it a hydrino. And he's saying hydrino is synonymous with dark matter, because he says when you hit it with light, no light can come back out. It doesn't release light back out. And that's why he says it's dark matter. And he also says that based on cosmology, they say dark matter behaves exactly as if it were hydrogen for some reason. And they couldn't figure that out, why that would be. As if there was hydrogen there, but it wasn't emitting any light.
Interesting. But I'll like, for me to subscribe to it, I would have to see the machine in
the machine. It's also possible he may not be 100% right about everything he's saying. He might be right about some of it and not other of it. Yeah. Like it's not dark matter. But the fact is, if he can make a working machine, that's what I care about most importantly. He can make tons of energy, and he seems to be doing that based on his theories. The other cool thing is, based on these theories, you can do chemistry now using like electromagnetic charge field, or using like classical physics. You just do it on a smaller scale. So he's saying now we can like more accurately predict all these kind of chemical reactions based on just like electromagnetism physics or whatever, but apply it to atoms. And you can do all this stuff like in computers to calculate what atoms will do in chemistry. And you can make, because you're using correct theory now instead of the quantum stuff, which is much less accurate. So maybe I'm being sucked into this and being enticed to it because it sounds so good, because it jives with objectivism and everything. But
Yeah.
You never. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, like I'll definitely look into it. I'm very interested in physics too.
there's a lot of stuff going on in the current culture today that's garbage and is going to have to be straightened out.
Well, you can, if you want to, you can check his book too. There's a book that a philosopher wrote about him, and it's called Randall Mills in the Search for Hydrino Energy or something. And I've got his book, and I'm about 3/4 through. I don't know if I'll finish it, but that's a good resource too. I think it might be out of print now, actually.
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. I know basically nothing about any of this, so yeah.
No, it's still on Amazon.
No, sorry.
When they said there's a giant ring of invisible energy around, invisible matter around the outside of galaxies, and then you said those hydrogen atoms give off no light. I thought that was interesting if that was the case, but I don't. If that were the case, then we would have to explain why it is that gravity would cause the galaxies to rotate in identically the way that an electrical field rotates.
Well, that could be explained by the electrical field. That's not necessarily. Oh, was the dark matter supposed to cause that?
Yeah, the dark matter is supposed to cause the rotational speed of the galaxy.
But was that just from pure mass, or that has nothing to do with the spin? That's just the gravity part. Or
if you take a movie of a galaxy spinning, the prediction that Newton's system would make is totally different from how they spin.
Okay.
Yeah. They basically inserted the dark matter there because there isn't enough mass in the galaxy for the rate of spin.
And that's why I was suspicious of it, because I'm totally suspicious of any of these anytime it looks like they're coming out with a fudge factor for something that there's no evidence for.
Yeah.
You know?
And
that is not science, yeah.
Now, do we have any evidence for a lot of electrical fields that could be doing this electrical work of pushing the galaxy about? You know, we have 100 billion electrical field conductors inside the galaxy. So, of course, there's a source for electrical current to push the galaxy around, you know?
Right.
And give it 10 billion years, can the electrical current get moving and get work done?
Sounds probable or something.
Sounds a lot more probable than clouds of invisible stuff.
Could be. So it's possible. Maybe he's got something wrong about that dark matter, or maybe there is also dark matter, but there's not enough of it to be causing the spin, and the spin's being caused by the electric charge. Maybe they're both true, but
it might have nothing to do with the dark matter thing, and maybe all he means by dark matter is just it's so small that light doesn't bounce off of it.
Well, literally, supposedly the way a hydrogen atom, like the way atoms, so any atom, I can't remember, but when you shoot light at it, I don't think it's just bouncing off. I think it has something to do with interacting. So there's what happens to a photon when it hits I think there might be something special that happens when a photon hits an atom.
It has to do with the resonance. How do you pronounce it? Resonance.
Right. Isn't that where like color comes from? Because it has to do something with the electron. Exactly. It's how a photon interacts with the electrons, right?
Exactly. It has to be, the light has to be of a given frequency to interact with an electron.
Right. So he's saying when you have a hydrogen atom, which is the most simple atom there is, and you move it below energy state 1 or 0 or whatever, the base level, now you hit it with a photon and it can't resonate anything back. And that's why it's dark matter.
Oh, yeah. So
it makes a lot of sense.
That would be a reasonable definition and instance of dark matter. But the halo of things around galaxies is insane.
Might not be.
It's insane. And they have no evidence for it, moreover, is the important part.
Well, what if some hydrogen, what if there's an electrical mechanism in the outer space by some hydrogen can be converted to hydrino, which would literally be dark matter? Then you could have some dark matter out there. Like there could be naturally occurring dark matter in the cosmos.
Okay. I don't know. I've already got two things for sure. I've got spinning things that make electrical currents, and I've got a galaxy that's moving by an electrical method. So
Right.
I've already got that stuff. You've got maybe this, and then maybe dark matter.
Right.
No evidence for dark matter. So
Yeah, I'm just saying there might be some of it out there. Like doesn't mean it's the cause. Like both could be true, maybe.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just
Under that definition of dark matter, under their definition of dark matter, which is something we can't see and can't detect is causing the following effect. That's their definition of dark.
that sounds suspicious. Right.
That-
It's a placeholder.
Right.
Right. But I like the idea. I mean, where the guy's saying literally you hit it with a photon, and due to the physics, it literally can't emit light or whatever because of the state of the electron, the electron field or whatever at the bit lower than the base level 1 or whatever it's called.
That sounds plausible, at least.
Yeah, some kind of explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
It is super late though, guys.
Yeah,
When is the next? Were you going to try to do another hangout? Maybe that'd be better.
I actually plan to do one tomorrow because someone complained in the comments on this one. So.
All right. Well, I don't know how much I'll have to talk about as soon as tomorrow, but it'd be better than trying to stay up later tonight.
All right.
Yeah, like weekends maybe.
So how do you get? You have to get a notification or something.
I'll post a video just like I did tonight, and I'll Facebook it.
Okay, I may see that. All right. Well, I don't want too much. Great talk. Great for talking to you, Brandon.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay.
Believe it or not, today is a work night, so it's really late.
Yeah. Sundays I get out early, so I come home and I relaxed a bit, and then I said I better have a hangout.
Yeah.
It's not perfect for everybody, but here it is. That's all right.
Well,
That's great. Well, see you guys next time. I'm gonna hit the sack.
All right.
Yeah, have a good night.
Good luck.
Bye.
Good luck tomorrow. Okay, well, I mean, if you have anything you want to talk to me about specifically, I can stay up as long as necessary, but if not, then, yeah, you should probably go to bed too.
Oh, we can talk, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I can pretty much just force my body to do whatever the hell I want it to, so.
What do you know about evolution?
What do I know about pollution?
Evolution.
Oh, evolution?
Yeah.
Not much. I mean, pretty much the basics. Although I will admit, I am, a lot of people think that this is very cruel, but I'm very much a supporter of not interfering with natural selection. So, if there are certain humans who are not beneficial to the survival of the species, you know, I'm okay if they die off. Let's put it that way.
All right. Well, as an objectivist, you shouldn't be judging things on collectivist notions like that. Everything's about the individual. But we do certainly need to be a little bit more careful about just letting nature take its course once in a while. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I have to recommend to you, as you begin this intellectual journey of learning about objectivism and philosophy, I have to recommend Richard Dawkins' a book called The Blind Watchmaker. And
Watchmaker. Okay.
you will have heard of the idea that if you come upon a wristwatch laying on the beach, you have some idea someone's been there because the wristwatch isn't just a natural thing. Have you heard such an idea?
No, I haven't heard of it. I mean, I know, obviously, but
It's called I think it's William Paley's idea, if I remember right. But anyways, he says if you find a wristwatch on the beach, you know that an intelligent thing has been there, right? The wristwatch didn't accidentally occur.
yeah.
Well, if you're wandering through the universe and you find an intelligent thing like a human, then you know that intelligence has been there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There must be a God, right?
Yeah, I've heard that argument, yeah.
That's the conclusion. Well, Richard Dawkins wrote this book where he said, if there is a God who designed this, then he must be blind because it's garbage. And his whole book is all the garbage that we are made of. How for example, there's a bit in the heart that where a nerve goes around through the heart because it used to be that way in the fish that we evolved from, and now it causes us problems. And there's the fact that when we pee, it goes through a circular muscle, and as you get older, your muscles swell up, and so as you get older, you can't pee anymore. So that's bad. And there's all and the knee should have been designed the other way. It should go this way instead of that way if we wanted it to last better. And there's all kinds of things that if someone were to have designed this, they wouldn't do it this way. The only explanation for it being this way is it had to come about accidentally over time through many steps. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's a very
now, I don't know if you're somebody who's really interested in listening to idiots to laugh at them, because I certainly am. And if you are, one person I would definitely recommend is Owen Benjamin. Do you know anything about them?
Owen.
The short version, they believe we never went to the moon.
Oh.
They are an anti-Semite that hates Nazis because they're too anti-Semitic. The reason I just thought of him is he believes evolution is fake. He thinks that it's complete bullcrap. He's just an insane man, and he's also incredibly sensitive. Like, if you watch his live streams, whenever somebody even questions him a little bit, he'll ban him from the chats for life. So I just enjoy watching him so much.
Well, I've got a page here.
Okay.
All right. Well, young sir, thank you for coming on.
You're welcome. I'll probably be back here tomorrow if you do another one.
All right. Sounds good. Watch for my video link the same place, the same way I did it tonight.
And actually, like I said, I heard about your channel from a Charles II video, and I actually just watched my first video of yours about an hour and a half before the stream began.
Oh.
It was one on Kant. I think it was a part one of a two-part series. I don't remember it. I don't remember the title of it. But yeah, I thought it was really interesting, and yeah, I'll definitely be watching a lot more of your videos.
Was it on his reason?
Huh?
Was it Pure Reason?
Yeah, I think so.
On Pure Reason?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gold. It's 7 parts now. I think 7 half hours, so 3 hours now. So
I'm also I have a long list of books that I want to buy at some point. The Blind Watchmaker I'll put on there after this is over. But the Kant's book is on that list because I just think that'll be so funny.
It's garbage.
Yeah. And, well, one of my friends, or not one of my friends, how dare I say that? One of my classmates is somebody who I originally respected the first time I met them because they talked about how much they like Ayn Rand and how much they like objectivism. And then I found out that they like Ayn Rand and Kant. So, yeah, I called them an idiot to their face constantly. Because, I mean, I respect that significantly less than somebody who creates a religion dedicated to Kant. Because at least you're somewhat consistent. I mean, that it pisses me off.
That would be more of them.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Mike. We'll see you tomorrow then, huh?
Yep, probably.
Okay.
Okay, bye.